Hello everyone, so welcome to a new video, and this time we will talk about the travel app planner. And actually it's called travel app in Udacity, but I think it's not a travel app because you don't make flights for people, you just make a planner, just like you want to know how will the weather be in your trip, your coming trip. For example, if you want to forecast this weather, if it's just like in the it's in the far future, for example, just like 14 days from now, or maybe you want to know what's in a couple of days, just like 2 days, 4 days, how will the weather be in a certain place. So this is all what we are doing right now. We're gonna do a planner, a travel app planner, that's all. And let me tell you, or let me at first, so this will be the first step. I will show you the project working before I do anything else. Of course, this is just like a Word file we made to just like to set what all the terms, what all the instructions, details of the project will be. And I'm gonna share it under the video for you, just like to be able to make a summary and understand the whole overview of your project. But let me first show you the project itself, how it is working in reality. So actually I have made the server here. This is the npm dev, and let's go to the localhost 8080 and see how the project will go. So this is just like a simple and humble front end, just like user interface. I know that you can make better, but I'm just making this just like for presentation. It's only for presentation. So if I'm gonna make this project for my GitHub or for just like applying it for projects, of course I will work more on the front end part and for the styling. But this is not the main concern for me actually, because I feel like I cannot teach you front end as much as you can learn by yourself. But what I can actually feel like I'm gonna add something else, I'm gonna add a useful touch in, which is the logic of the project. And that's why what I like to focus on, the server, the back end, and how you call the APIs and how you do all these stuff. This is where I find myself useful. So let me show you here how the project will work and how we will handle all the expected errors. And this is one of your missions, to understand what are all the expected errors gonna be, and to try to handle them in the front end and in the back end at the same time. So you have solutions for everything. So for example, I'm gonna first make a righteous call for the API. I mean a right one, no mistakes. Yes, here's the city, or maybe you can put the country. The API actually can handle both of them as long as you are putting something right. And let me do that in a couple of days from now and submit. So this is, as I told you, this is my humble feedback. Your trip starts in 3 days from now. The location is France, and the temperature is going to be 14.1 Celsius, and Celsius is how we measure things here in the Arab world. Maybe in Europe or something you have a Fahrenheit or something like this. And the weather is expected to be overcast clouds. And that's a picture coming from another API. So here you can see actually 3 APIs working together. One of them is actually getting you the location and giving you 2 things, the longitude and the latitude. And by these 2 things you can go to another API, which is just like a weather API, and give it these locales. I don't know what is the name of the latitude and the longitude in English, both of them together called what, I don't know, but it gives you the temperature as long as you give them the precise longitude and latitude, and also the weather. And finally you go to another API, you give him the city, and he gives you a picture, which is the Pixabay or Pixabay, I don't know the name exactly, Pixabay or Pixabay, which is another API for pictures. But let's see how the final project handle the other errors. For example, if I put something like this, which is never gonna be a city, and submit, Well, here he made a call for the server and the server confirmed that this is not a city. Of course, I cannot handle that from the front end unless I get in the front end an array of all the possible cities in the world and make the error come from the front end, not from the back end. So the better thing is to call the API, and the API defines if this is a valid city or not. So here I cannot make any progress within the front end itself alone. But what if I didn't write anything? Here the error can be handled from the front end and from the back end. But of course, the faster thing is not to call the API in this case, because you don't have a city even. So look, you need to enter a city and you didn't take any time for that. So here we are actually curing this error on the user interface itself without going to the API and call it in vain. And the last thing is, what if I didn't put anything here, just like I cleared that? So actually he will not pass because I have put the handle error. Just like you have to pass the first step to go to the second step and start judging it. And it is, well, actually just like it saves time, you know. So maybe Hamburg, that's a city, or maybe a name that is very near or close to a city name. And let's put now I put this city, but I didn't put the date. So he will tell me, please enter the date. Now let me put a date in the past like this and go. Date cannot be in the past. So now I'm handling all the possible error as I told you. Well, so now let's put a valid date, just like something in the future. And maybe we will put something just like in the far future, because we have another API, or maybe the same API, but it has a different function to handle, or a different, maybe you can say a different URL that handles the forecasted weather, which is greater than 16 days in the future. So your trip starts in 17 days. I'm sorry, greater than 7 days. I made it just like greater than 7 days. Your trip starts in 17 days. The location is Hamburg. Yes, there is a city named Hamburg. And the forecast here, I'm not putting temperature because this is actually only a forecast. It may be true, it may be not. That's what the project required. And the maximum temperature expected 22, and the minimum temperature will be 13.4. The weather is broken clouds, and this is actually a picture that denotes the place. Well, I think my project is also responsive a little bit, except in the picture because I didn't handle that yet. But for the other parts, you will see that it is just like it is responsive, you see. So for these, just like in the bigger one, this goes to the right, but in the mobile screen it will go to the middle and it will be a bigger font size. So I guess this is a little bit good, and this just like it fits the matter. You don't need more. If you are just like going to get that to Udacity only, you're not going to put it in GitHub, or you will not be going to show it to the companies. But if you're going to show it to the companies, then I think you have to consume more time in making a better front end style. So this is the project, and now we will move on to see the recap. So let's recap the project requirements and the capstone, the introduction, the rubric, and everything. So as I told you, I made this Word file, and we made it to just like summarize everything and make everything clear, and gives you just like a precise insight about how you're gonna do this project. So this is the capstone, and the main focus of this project is to make you do all the things that you have learned. And through this, I think through this course, you have learned how to just like to use the SAS to style the user interface, and how to use Webpack, how to use Express on the server side. Maybe you didn't learn that on my just like in my year of the program, I didn't learn how to make the Express server, but I learned that from another course. and how to call APIs, and how to make your code cleaner, how to use jest to test some functions in your application. So all of that, they want to combine everything you learned through the entire course and put it all in one project, or by other words, use it in one project. So the project introduction is giving you all what you're gonna need. You're gonna need to work on the HTML and CSS, and you're gonna write a lot of JavaScript, as they say. It's not very lot, but a little bit longer than usual. Of course, at the end, you will update the user interface and put all the results you have got from the APIs inside the DOM. So this is a typical function that we have made before in the Evaluate News article and in the Weather app we have made. If you remember, I think you had these projects too. Weather Journal, yeah. So you made that before. So we're gonna get data from 3 APIs, and each one of them is reliant on another. So once you get a result from one API, you will send, or you will get this result and use it for calling the second API. And when you get data, just like you're gonna send it and get new data from another API, and collect all of this data and feed the user interface with it. But he will put you in some choices, just like whether you have to just like use one API and then update the user interface, or use the 3 APIs and then update the user interface, which will put you in a preference between the user interface performance, just like the speed of your code and the readability of your code. And actually, I will choose the readability first and then balance between that and the performance, because just like to update the DOM with only one API, that will put you in a big problem, because maybe you have problems in the second API or the third API. So you will have to make sure that everything is going right and that you are handling all the errors before moving from the first one to the second one. But will we be able to just like make it more fast, the performance of calling 3 APIs to get the result from them? We will see that in the project. So I think the whole project is summarized in these lines. Just like you will include a simple form, which is very basic and very simple, which is making your project easy. You will enter the location, which is a city, but the API will not mind if you put a country, and the date you are traveling to, so you have 2 inputs, and you put your trip within a week. This will be just like the temperature. You get the temperature or the current weather, or maybe you will put it in the future, and then you will need to work with just like another API, or maybe you can say another URL from the same API, which is Weatherbit, that can work better with the forecast, with trips that are going to happen after more than 7 days. When you finish that and you get the coordinates and everything from the first one, which was I don't know, is it here? I think it's called Geonames. Yeah, Geonames. You will get coordinates, and once you get the coordinates, you will call the Weatherbit to know the weather. And the last thing, you will display an image of the location entered for this. And for that, you will be using Pixabay. And the Pixabay is actually relied on this, not the Weatherbit, because it will not need the Weatherbit to just like present a picture. So this is all what you will do. You will deal with these 3 APIs, and you will call all of them. You will collect data from them, which are represented in 3 things: the location, the weather, and the picture, and you will send this data to the DOM and update the DOM. It's very basic, believe me. You don't have to feel like this is awkward or confusing or something. No, it is not at all. It's the same as the weather journal application which we made for Udacity before. The same thing, but the only difference is that you're gonna use 3 APIs instead of 1. But you don't have to worry about that, because it's at the end it's one function with multiple functions going the one after the other, and it's just like more functions, nothing more, nothing less. The same step you make 3 times instead of 1. So here it's just like it's talking to you about what will you learn. So you will need to look at what will you learn. I will send you the Word file and you will know that by yourself. And actually I like it how they talked about how you will get the starter code, how you will do the project, and how you will start. So this is very good. These questions are also very helpful because they suggest for you what you're going to do, how you're going to do it. For example, why do we use Webpack? And this is just like a refreshment for your information about why we use the Webpack, why we use Express, how to use it, how to fetch an API. Just like a pieces of information that you need to revise before you approach the website. But I'm not saying that you cannot start the project and start revising this while you are working. It's okay. You can work on the project and revise what's meant by these questions. It's okay. It's not a big deal. But this I find very, very useful, because these are just like what are the steps that you will need to make your project, and it's very, very detailed and very useful for you. I actually used them and they were very useful for me because they will make the job easier. Because some of the other projects that you made, if you have done the other projects before this one, the Travel App Planner, you have used the Webpack, so you don't need to write the whole thing again. So we will just get the files we wrote for Webpack at the first project or the second project, and we will copy and paste them exactly again. And maybe you have done your Webpack in a way that is different than me, but anyway, if you put yours, if you put mine, it will not differ a lot. Just make sure that the name of the files of the input and the output are the same as mine for the project to work fine. Because you can say for it that the source, or make the source distribution folder and you name it something else. No, we have the same name for the distribution folder. For example, we have the same name for the entry point. I'm getting the entry point from for example here, let's see, it's in the common. I guess, yeah, it's here, I think. So yeah, I'm getting the entry point from /src/client/index.js. So make sure that you are not calling for a file from another place, because this will be the only confusing thing. But if you use technologies that are different than mine, it will not matter, as long as you can go on with me on the project and use the same locations. So that's all about the recap. So please read this part. We will keep going back and forth to this part to make our project. So believe me, it's very useful, because as I told you, you need just to duplicate some of the code you have written. You don't need to do everything from scratch, because this will take a lot of time from you. No, some things you learn it, you are sure about it, just do it, just copy it. But if you're not sure about it and just like take it as a practice, as more practice, this will be fine too. It's as you wish. For me, I'm showing you how I made the project, how I went through the details, and maybe I be of some help for you. I hope that, because I like to help in that project. So thank you, and in the next part, we will be talking about how we approached the project and how we made the project from 0 to the end. Okay, let's go. So now we will make the boilerplate for our project, or you can say the framework, whatever. We're gonna build the shape of our project and how the files will be divided. So let me now, I'm gonna tell you that you can build that in many ways. This is a new file. So the way I will start with, I will open the VS Code, and from here we will build the project. There are many ways actually to build a project. You just can do it here manually, you just can do it from the outside, you just can do it from the terminal. So let's go from the terminal. Actually, this is the way you will have to get used to. It will be better as a programmer to work from the terminal, but it's just like if you feel like it's a pain, then that is because you are not used to do it. But if you used to do that, you will find this helpful, very helpful actually. So now let me make a directory, and I'm gonna call it here. I'm gonna call it src, which is the source. And inside the source, let me do two other directories, one for the client and one for the server. And inside the client one, let me, for example, make directory, and let me inside the client put just like, I can write the client like this, and I'm gonna, but you know what, it's better to cd, which means that I'm gonna get into the client, and inside the client I'm gonna make two directories, one for the public, in which we're gonna put the style and the images folders, and we're gonna make, and you know, if I did like this and I put style, and I'm gonna make also public, let me try, just like I'm gonna try this, public style and public images. Let's see how this will be done. So exactly, so I first have to make the directory, and then I will put other directories inside of it. So I'm gonna make a directory called public, and I'm gonna make another directory called views, and another directory for the scripts, in which I will write the script just like index.js. So now if I open the client, I have three directories here, one for the public, one for the views, one for the scripts. So before we forget, let's put some things in these folders. In the public, I'll put the style, of course. So we're gonna cd, and just like, you know, we don't have to cd, we just have to say public. So create for me images, for example. Yes, he will create the images right now, just like this, look. So now we have the images, and also again, make directory public, and I'm gonna put just like the style folder. So now we have a folder for the style, images and style. And from here also, I'll put inside the scripts, I'll put just like an index. Maybe it's just like handle form file, because of course the only file you will need is a form handler. You can put the other functions that you will do inside the form handler, you can put them in new scripts, or you can put them in the same file. But mostly you have a form in your project, so the file you will need is a form handle when submit. So we can put that temporarily in the scripts like this. And for the views, I'm gonna put, of course, the known file index.html. Yep, so now we have finished the client, you know, and we have put the files that we need inside them. And let's go now and do something else, which is inside the client itself. I need also to make an index.js, and usually this is actually being used as the entry file, you know. Here we will import styles, we will import scripts, we will import the handle form.js, and we will export them also, just like this will be the entry point for the webpack, and everything will be run from here. Now for the server, so let me cd out of the client and go to the server, and inside the server I'm gonna just like put, for now I'm gonna touch and make server.js, where you will put these static files about the express and the cores and the router. Everything you will do in the back end, you will do it in this file. Of course, you may create other files for handling the APIs, because you will not write everything inside one function. That's actually a generic concept, and I know you know that. Maybe you don't, I don't know. But a function usually, as a good use or a good use case, you have to make a function do only one thing. And if you want to do another thing, make a separate function and just call it from inside the main function. So now we have made the server, and I guess the src is ready, but I think we have made a big mistake, because we didn't put the server and the client inside, and now we will have to use the manual fast way, by which we will just like move everything to the source. So now I have the source has a client and a server. It's okay. So, but you know what, I'm gonna get out, and now I'm inside the travel app YouTube code, and let's ls, we will find that we only have a list that only have source inside it. So our file only have now a source folder. But outside the source folder, we should put some things that should remain in the global root of our directory. So the first one is the environment file, and the environment file is used for the API keys and things like this. So if you wanna just like save any key that you will use, and that you should have your own key that is not being public to everyone, you have to put it here. But of course this is just like a trial, so it's okay, you don't have to but you have to do that. It's the right usage for the matter. But for me as a YouTuber here, I will let you see everything, because I don't care actually if you take this code or not, or the keys, because the keys are not premium anyway. So touch.env. And now I think these are the files we need, the source file and the .env. And now let's do two more things that are really important. The first one is that I want to getnet, to initialize this directory to be a get directory. A get means that I can save it and I can make a version control system. That's what it's called, a version control system, something like this. VCS, I don't know, but it's something like this. Yeah. So get init, which means I'm initializing this directory, initialize empty get repository. So now this is a repository that is making our project, and we will be able to save and commit our changes for the project, and we will also be able to go back in time and go to a point in the project where we have to handle something from the start, or maybe we have to edit a change that we made in the past. Things like this. Maybe we will not use it a lot here, but just like for the best usage, I'm trying to follow the rules that we will do in just like in a real project. Now we have made a Git repository. It's empty now. So let's see what is the status of that repository. Yes, we have an env file and we have a source folder, and they are not committed yet. So now we have to tell Git to add these files to the staging area where we will commit them, which means that control version he made. Now he will save in it all what we have made under a name, or it's just like a edition 1 or add number 1. It's like this, the version number 1 from our file, the version number 1 from our project. So let's now see the status, and you will find it with green, which means that it is now staged and ready for committing. So we will say git commit, and we will write the message or the name. I will call it for this commit, I will call it making the boiler plate for our project. Okay, so now everything is committed, and if you get a status again, you will not find anything to commit because you have committed everything. And the other step here to make this project able to work fine is that we need to install the package.json. So package.json means I'm gonna npm in it, which means I'm gonna make this project able to use the npm packages and download things like Axios, things like Express, things like Cores, any package you will need to make your project work fine. Even Webpack, you will need to npm in the project to make it valid to use the packages. So you're gonna npm in it, but I'm gonna say -- yes, because this will shortcut everything he will ask me about, because he will ask you what is the name of your project, what is the description, and things like this. So if you put -- yes, he will choose the name, he will choose the version, he will choose the description, and the main entry file for your project from where he needs to read and run the scripts. And the scripts is a very important thing, because from the scripts this project is getting handled. The script means the way you're gonna compile all of the files and make them able to produce something like a user interface, a local host where you can go to and see your public files. However, things like this. The script is the way we run our project, and it's only found in the package.json. So now we have done everything, and I guess we have to move now to download the Webpack and make everything work fine. But I have some news. I will not use that by my own or from scratch. I will just copy paste, and I will show you how I copy paste that, because I already did that in the evaluate news article, and I did it in the weather journal app, and I did it in other projects. So there is no use to do that again if you already know how to do it. And I know that it will serve the video better to do them by myself, but believe me, I think if you are doing this for Udacity, this is the final project, so it means you have done this before and already gone through this process. So I'm just gonna hint to what is the meaning of everything I'm copying, but at the end it is your turn to just like practice if you didn't practice this before, or watch the previous video if you want to see how I set up Webpack. But the thing I'm talking about is Webpack is a static file. Static means it will not change a lot between a project and the other, especially because these are simple projects. So I'm not gonna change a lot of things. Yeah, I may add one package or two, but not more than that. Everything else will remain the same. Nothing will change. So if you want to copy yours, do it. If you want to copy mine, do it. Just do not forget to put the same entry point in the same location, because this will be the more important thing that will make both of them run the exact way and use the loaders and the plugins the right way. So let's see now how I'm gonna copy the Webpack. Alright, so now let's continue. As I said, I will now try to set up the Webpack, because I like to start with the static files, the things that will not change, the things that are repeated in every project. So I'm going to copy that, as I told you, from here. So we have these 3 files. Let us copy them like this and put them here. And let me tell you now what we're gonna do after that. So you might be used to see the dev and the production, but what about the common? We didn't take that at the Udacity class. So the common is actually, the idea of the common file is that by an npm package called webpack merge, you can merge the duplicated things in the production and the development inside one file and merge it with the other file, the production and the development. It's not hard or something. If you have yours, it's okay, you can continue on yours. Just make sure that the entry file between you and me are the same, because this is what you're gonna need along the project. And make sure that the template is in the same place. These are the only places we need. The files that you are getting your things from, or you are putting yourselves in, are the same. For example, I have here, I'm gonna make a file called the distribution. You're gonna do the same. It's going to be called distribution like this. So this is all what we need. But other than that, everything is the same. So the common, as I told you, I don't have to repeat writing the entry file in the development and the production. No, I can make the web common, and in the web common I have the entry. But once I say merge like this, I will have everything in the common to be written here and everything in the common to be written here. So of course I selected all the duplicated things and I put them all inside the common. So this is not a big deal. Now, what do you think the next step? Of course, none of these will work unless I download them or install them. So let me just like try to npm install, because we have initiated or initialized an npm valid repository like what you see here. So I can now install anything I want, but let me also say save, because this will save it in the development maybe. And I think it's save dev, right? It's called save dev. So I'm gonna this I'm sorry guys, that's very strange. So should I call it npm install save dev, right? Yeah, it's called like this. I'm sorry, because I'm really worried about such tricky simple things. So npm install save dev, and let's now get anything from here and put it on the, this is the first one. Let's go to the second one. We need also something called the Cursor Webpack plugin. It's something that works with the minimizer, you know, it just like it makes the performance of the minimizer that minimizes our files better. And of course we need the most essential one, the Webpack and the Webpack CLI. These ones are, which is the command line and things like this. And the Webpack merge, of course, we need that too. So anything else? Yes, the minimizer. And let's go with that for now. You know, we need here also, what do you think? What do you think? This one we did it. Yeah, things for the SAS, because we already we will have a SAS files, and to handle the SAS we need to install SAS and SAS loader, of course, and CSS loader. I think all of them are needed here. So let's do that. Let's see, just like to make sure. We're gonna say Webpack. It will be very, very just like very rapid one. You see here he's using a CSS loader. Yes, we can install that. and I think we're gonna install Sass. The TS, we don't need TypeScript, so we're not gonna use this, but we need a style loader, a Sass loader, and a CSS loader. So I think I'm gonna download all of them. So let me see, npm I Sass and CSS loader, like this, and let's make sure here that we are working fine. So let's say maybe CSS loader first. So we're gonna install CSS loader. Yeah, I guess we don't have to install the style loader or something. And now we have these 3 files. Let's just like try to test whether the project will work or not. But before we do that, we have to go to the package.json, and here we're gonna write a new script which is called, let's say, put a comma, and let's say it's going to be the build. And the build here means this is what's going to build our project. And let's get that from here, because I'm not gonna write it back again. Of course it starts with webback, but let me make sure of everything else. So let's go to the scripts. Yes, in the build we have webback and the configuration files, which are these files that will overwrite the things in the node module, because actually everything you're doing here is just like it's already in webback in the node modules. But what you are doing here, you are making new configurations, you are putting more loaders, you are putting more plugins. So you are sometimes overwriting, sometimes adding. So you need to work in parallel with the node modules about the webback packages and with the configurations that you have made here. So let's get all of that. And we are just still in it to take everything from webback.production.js. Yeah, like that. And now we will also make something for the dev. And I like to make short names like this. It's far better. And of course in the server we will not use webback, but we will use webback dev server, because this will make the environment update itself every now and then once you make any changes. And the open will, just like once we try to run the dev, it will open directly the local host on the server that we have chosen, or that's automatically chosen, which is maybe 8080, localhost 8080. That will open our project. So, and we are telling it to use webback.dev.js. So if I want to run this to make sure that everything is working fine, which may not work fine actually, because I know my luck. So I'm gonna make 4 of these, and I'm gonna tell you now why. I like to have one for everything I do. So for one of them, I'm gonna call it start, because this is for the server. Or maybe, yeah, it's better to say server, in which we say npm start, which I didn't build yet, because I'm not gonna work on the server right now. I'm just focusing on the build and the dev environment for the webback. And here I'm gonna call that the build, in which we will build our production. And here is the dev, which we will spend most of our time. And here is actually the npm packages, which we will use all the time to download new packages or install, new packages. Another terminal also may be helpful for the get commits. When we try to commit any changes we have done, we can commit them here. This will be better because you don't have to close the dev and open it again after you make the rebuild the thing, or after you npm. And of course you will make a separate one for the npm server, because the server will run on a local host and the dev will work in another local host. So you don't have to close the things and open them again and things like this. No, if you have separated terminals, this will be better. Now let's go and see how the things will crash. I'm too optimistic, right? Run npm build. Excellent. Missing script build. So he can't find the build one. Why? Yeah, because we didn't save. So if I make it like this, now I saved. Let's see what will happen. Well, things changed. Let's see what. Actually, I think we are missing a package or 2 or 3. I don't know, but look, we have this one right here. So we need this one. So he said cannot find this module. So I'm gonna go to the npm packages, the place we said we're gonna make it do everything for us, and I'm gonna say here save dev. I think save dev is written like this, right? Maybe not, but let's see. Well, great, we have a production environment that is valid, that is working fine, that can make for me a distribution folder with no bad things or something. But the question here, sorry, I just installed, I don't know what I'm saying, guys. I was just like dreaming or something, but we have installed the HTML Webpack plugin. I got cheered up when I saw the green lines, like this. So, however, we're gonna go now and we try again with the npm build, and we still need other things. So let's see what we didn't put this time. So we need the clean Webpack plugin. Alright, this is cool. Let's download the clean Webpack plugin. Is there something like this? Something called clean Webpack plugin? I don't remember, guys, but let's see. Alright, let's go to the server again and run it. One error. What is the error? Alright, guys, so the mistake up to now was just like in naming the index.html file. It was not rendered as an HTML file. So that was everything. So I tried to delete it and I made another index.html file in the views. And to make sure also that everything is working fine, I'm gonna make this boilerplate just like quickly. So it's a travel app planner, because I'm not convinced that it is a travel app. So it's a travel app planner, and I'm gonna put here hi to make sure that there is something that is going to come in the local host. And also here I'm gonna put an alert to make sure that the JavaScript, which is the entry point of our project, is working fine also. I'm not saying it will work right now, but I mean, once it will work, you will find this. So let's see. Aha! So guys, please clap for me, because we have done it. We have made the production build running successfully, not needing any npm packages that are not still messed. Everything is working fine, and the distribution folder is here for us. Inside the distribution folder, you will find the JS files. Even if you made style Sass files, it will convert them to CSS and then put them here separated, because we have something called the extract CSS plugin, which will actually work on making a different version for our CSS. It will not put them into JavaScript. Without this plugin, everything will be put inside the JS. So we have an HTML Webpack plugin, and we have something that make everything bundled inside this JS file, just like here. This is the file name. I have put also a hash, content hash, which will hash with the secret numbers that with every build this number changes. This is better for security and other reasons, and for also not to have duplicates in the local storage from your files. And the clean webpack plugin will also work on cleaning the older versions from your build, because I'm gonna make the build again and again and again from time to time, because I want to make sure that I have the updated version of my build that my div will work on. So thanks guys, up till now we have made the build, the webpack is running smoothly, and here comes the end of this part, and in which we need in this case to tell the get that this is the second version of our project which has the build or the webpack installed and working fine. Let's now try to do that in the git commit. So if I'm gonna say git status, I wanna read what are the files that will be added, and this is very important guys. You will find the dest, you will find the node modules even, and you will find everything else. And this is wrong, you know, this is utterly wrong. And you know what, we made a big mistake, a big other mistake, which we actually saved the .env file inside the get commit. We should not do that, because the env file should not be committed, should not be staged and committed. So we will omit it right now. What we need to do is here, we're gonna say touch, and we make sure that it's in the root directory. We are not inside anything like the source or something. So we're gonna touch and make a .gitignore file, and in this .gitignore we will put three things. We will put any file that has the name .env, and we will also put the node modules, and we will also put what else, the dest, because the dest is something to leave for the client or for any other one who will set up this project to make it himself. The dest has other purposes, and once you try to upload this on anything that will make it work online, you will need to run the build for this environment that you will make this project work on. For example, if you went to Vercel, there's something called Vercel, which enable you to share with your GitHub a working version from your backend website. So for Vercel, you will need to run the npm run build again. You will not give it the distribution folder. But the distribution folder is specialized, or is the concern of the environment that you are setting up this project on. For example, if I'm gonna put this in GitHub and you're gonna put it in your device, you will not gonna need my dest, because you will have to run the build again. So I put these three files, and now I'm gonna save, and let's see, will they appear again here? So let's see, get status, and no, we just have the gitignore. We don't have the node modules anymore, we don't have the environment, and we don't have the dest distribution folder. So I'm gonna now just like git add all of that. Let me do that. So I'm gonna git add the new things, and I'm gonna just like now git commit the new things, and maybe a good way to just like make the things work without just like resetting the commit and going through a lot of git init projects. We will try to save the file now with just like without the environment file. I think this will be good, because we didn't write anything in the environment file actually, so nothing important was recorded in the git version number 1, and now deleted .m file, so it's not here. it will not be added, you know. And let's now add it back and see if it will try to stage it. So I'm gonna put it back and I'm gonna get status. So you see, it didn't record that I added the .env. I just deleted the .env. This is what's recorded here, because it will not add the .env file. Look, it's still deleted. Nothing will be added because it's inside the getIgnore. As long as it is inside here, it will not be added again to my project. So don't worry, now I can save my primary key and my keys for the APIs without worrying. Now I'm gonna commit these changes and I'm gonna say setup webpack successfully. Now we don't need to go back to webpack for anything. We will have now to continue our project without going back to any webpack files and try to edit them. We don't need that. So I don't think we will get back to this step again. We will just have to move on with our project. But right now we have finished this step, and in the next time we will do the HTML file, and we will put a form, a simple form and a simple output that will make us understand what is going on. And maybe I'm gonna just like explain the index.html. I'm not gonna tell you, we are not gonna discuss the style, and we are not gonna discuss in this index.html how to write everything from scratch. Just like we will copy the index.html and we will explain it, because why I'm gonna write the index.html file again? By this point right now, I think you can do that by yourself. You just need me to tell you the road, the main road. So I'm gonna put the index.html and I'm gonna tell you what are the files you will need, and you're gonna put any class you want to them. You're gonna put any style way you want to them. But for the skeleton of the index.html, it should be the same for me and for you, because we need the same thing. If you're gonna add a feature, do it. I mean extra feature. But for me and for you, we don't need to play around the index.html a lot. Thank you, and we're gonna just like continue in the next part, inshallah. Alright, so in the last record I made, I did the webpack files, and I told you that we're gonna move to the HTML and the style. So, you know, I told you that we're gonna copy and paste, but actually I prefer that I do it for you, but not with any style. Just like, what is the skeleton, the basic skeleton that you need? Actually, you need two things: a form and an output dev, you know, an output dev and the form. That's all the HTML you need. If you want to put anything more, I think this will be a piece of cake, because you don't need to worry about just like handling the style, the sass and these things. So that's all. And we will not gonna style it, because I'm gonna leave that to you. That's a very, very easy mission. For me, it's better for me to, as I told you, to learn you or to teach you the logic. So let's see here. As I told you, the first thing I need is just like a form. So I'm gonna hint that here and highlight it. Okay, but and do that. My typing speed is horrible, guys, so I want you to please endure with me that. So here is the form, and now we can comment this and come here. And before I write the form, just like an introductory thing, where are you going? So now we have a reason to make this form, just like to get this piece of information and maybe we're gonna write and when. So now we know what we need: the city and the destination, or the destination and the date. So let's do that here. In the form, I'm not gonna make an action, but I'm gonna make on submit feature. Just like on submitting of this form, I need you to call a function that is called handle submit, which we didn't create yet, and we will go to create in our JS file. So it's called handle submit. But of course we learned with that girl, I don't remember the name, from Udacity, that you should use a frame called client. It's just like a library for Webpack to understand and read and export the JS functions and make them functional at our project. So client.handle.met, sorry, what is the JS? I'm sorry for that. And I'm gonna write event, and believe me, you need to write it like this, because if you didn't write it like this, it will be just like something is happening, you know. It will not understand everything, but here, you know, it's an event. So I'm just like, I'm giving it, I'm giving to my function the event, and it should prevent the default event coming from the form and do the event I'm going to tell it to do. For example, the form, once you submit it, it will update refresh the local host and try to find the place where this form should submit to. It's like the action where you will put the action. For example, if you put in the action here, for example, Google, which is HTTP, and you then write www.google.com, you will find this form going to Google. But I do not want this form to submit or even calling any action. I want to deal with that with myself. So I'm going to refer an event, and I'm going to make this event prevent default, and then I'm gonna handle my form without worrying about that the form will submit without my permission. No, it will submit when I tell it to submit, and I will make that to my favor, and I will submit to Axios to call the server, and the server will call the APIs. So let's see how we will do that. We need two things now: a label, and this label is for city. I'm gonna write here city, and an input, of course, for this thing. So the input is text, and the name is city, and the ID is city2. So now we made the first one, and let's put them in a div, just like to make each one in its own row. Okay, so now let's make another div, and in this div I'm gonna put another label, and for this label it will be for date. I'm gonna write here date, and then I'm gonna make another input, and this input will be date, and the name will be date also, and the ID date. It's okay, we can do like this. Okay, so now I have two labels for two inputs. That's my form. The only thing I need now is just a little button up here to submit this form. Okay, so now we have our form, and the only thing we need now is actually an output. So let me get this output here. And let me put another one just like this. Okay. So now we have the output. So what is the output going to be? And let me copy that because I hate HTML. So that's it. I need a div. I'm gonna remove that for now because that was in my styling with Bootstrap. So I'm gonna make a class. The class is called flight data, which is what is the output that will come from the APIs. So the coming will be the remaining days, how many days remain until you make your flight, and another input will be the city name, and the temperature, the maximum temperature, the minimum temperature, and the weather. So not every time there will be a minimum temperature and a maximum temperature, because I am making that I will only fill it once there is something in the far future, like more than 7 days. But as the rubric says, if it's less than 5 days, I will only get back the temperature and the weather description, but those will not appear. But if it's a forecast, then those will appear. And the last thing is a city picture. Actually, the weather is coming from an API. I think it's called I don't know, weather something like this. We will know, of course. And this is coming from Pixabay. But what if you try to make or enter a city and the city has no picture in Pixabay? And this is possible because, of course, Pixabay is not made for that. So here you have to make a little change and make another condition in which you tell the server that if you didn't have anything from if you didn't have any heads means any pictures coming back from Pixabay, you can use another alternative solution, and this will, when we come to that, we will solve this matter. But now we need to just like make sure, yeah, we wrote everything we need about the HTML. The only thing you need now is to put some styling, and I will leave that to your creativity. Okay, so in the next video we will see how we are going to handle the submit of these two things. But let me here show you the dev first. But first I need to run the build. So because I like to run the build before everything, before using the dev for the first time, because I feel like the dev is updated once the build is updated. I mean, in the first time. After that you can build on that. So npm run dev, and let's see what will happen. Webpack dev server is not recognized as an internal or external command. Webpack dev server. I don't know, but maybe I didn't. Of course I don't remember that, but maybe I didn't install it. So let's see. That's why I like to test my job. Alright, so we downloaded npm webpack dev server, and okay. Let's see now if it's going to run the dev. And yep, the server is running. The handle submit.js file is working, or I mean the index.js, the entry point for our webpack is working. And here's the city, the dev, and the submit button. At least this freaky, ugly user interface will be able to give us everything we need after a while. Okay, believe me, we don't need more than this. Just that is the main core of your project. Whatever you want to do in the style, just do it, and we will do the logic. So let's go to the next job. Alright, so as I told you, we have made the HTML, and now let's go and submit this form and see what is the action that will happen. So if I come here and I try to put a city, whatever, I don't have to put a city now because anyway we didn't make any APIs. So whatever, any value I will put, and I will put a date, and I submit. Well, it's giving me hi, and it's submitting the data to a place, but yet we didn't do anything with this data. But once I prevent the default that is coming from the handle submit.js, everything will work fine, and you will not find this because I will prevent it. I will need to do to submit this function and make it do something or call something as I wish, not as it should do. That's the meaning of prevent the default behavior of it. So let's see. Okay, so if I came here, I will go to the index.js and I will remove this alert because we don't need it anymore, and because we know that it is working. So I'll come here to the handle submit. Let me make a function called handle submit, but I'll do it with the new way of the const. So const handle submit will equal E, which is a symbol for event that is coming from the HTML, and then I'm gonna say E dot prevent default and after the event.prevent default, I'm gonna put something I like to put every time, which is something to tell me that if I'm working fine or not. So I'm gonna write to I am working fine, which means I'm testing if the handle submit is working or not. And here I'm gonna say check that the function is connected and working. Now let's see if I try to submit now. Well, we get the same result, but did anything here appear? No. Yes, I understand why. Because of course we didn't actually export this handle submit, and we didn't import it from our index.js, which is the entry point from which everything will be read. So I'm gonna put handle submit here. Let's see now if I come to, of course I want to make sure also that it is the same as here, so I will copy paste it, yes, like that. And in the index I'm gonna do like that, and I'm gonna say import handle submit from where, okay, from w/scripts/handle submit, like that. And here I'm gonna export that again, which is handle submit, like that. And let's see now if it will work or not. So I'm gonna refresh again, write anything, write any data or any date, and still we don't get a working result. Let's still see why that. We have the function here, we exported the function. I guess because I should write that in this pattern in which I'm returning this. So I guess when I return this, it will start to work. Because right now maybe I'm putting a function, but nothing is going to work. So let's see. Great, it's not working too. Why do you think of that? Alright guys, so I think the only mistake was just like in handle submit here. I just like when I put event like this, it was not working. I don't know why, but this event that I made right now is actually just a variable that denotes that maybe this is a true event that is happening, just like it's an event listener, or maybe it's undefined. So it has now both possibilities. But I think what is coming back here is still the event, but I don't know why that actually. I can't figure it out. But here is the event, and I'm preventing the default, and I'm calling that the console log says I'm working fine. We didn't change anything except that. So let's see now. And here you will find the I'm working fine. Yes, there is those, but the form did not submit anything. And these are here actually because the method is not post. I guess if the method is post, maybe this will not appear. So let's remove it like this and start again. And okay, yeah, so no, it's actually working fine right now. I'm working fine and nothing is submitted because as I told you, we prevented the default. So I think I understand the matter in the correct way, and I'm preventing the default, so I'm not going to refresh the page or make a request which will update or refresh the the path. So now this thing is working fine, and I guess the first thing we need is actually to call the first API, but we will not gonna do that here, and I'm gonna tell you why. Actually, if you try to do that here, you will need the environment file to work on this on the front end, and this is wrong. Actually, the environment variables, the best way or the best method is to be in the server. That's number one. And number two, you will need a lot of packages to make the front end able to summon an environment variable like a key or something at the front end pages. It is supposed to do that, but not on the front end, just in the server. And you will tell me now how he will know that this is a server. It will know that this is actually a server. Once we put here express.js, it can do that because it is inside the global environment of Node and express.js. Opposite or otherwise here, you don't have an Express environment, you don't have a backend environment, you just have some JavaScript and HTML, and you can't handle the environment variables from here unless you have downloaded a lot of packages that make the front end able to work with environment variables and things like this. And also the best method to deal with any API is from the server, not from the front end, because even when you have a database or something which is the greatest API you will deal with in real projects, you will still deal from the server, not from here. So let's do that. Let's, for example, say we have a const, maybe location, because we will need to extract some things from this location, and I'm gonna name my first function getCity, and I'm going to give this getCity some, you can say, yeah, you can say I'm gonna give it the coming data from the form, and the coming data from the form, of course, is a city and then a date, and I just need a city. So I'll tell you now how you can do that. So let's say I will not put any parameters here, and I'm gonna tell you that why that soon. So this is the location, and I have a function called getCity, and this will get me a location here. So I'm coming here because, as I told you in the beginning of the video, that a function should only deal with one thing. If you need to deal with multiple things in the same function, you will need to make separate functions to make each function of those. So the first function is to get data about the location from the first API. And so I'll make a separate function that can only do that. It will be getCity. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but I don't think it is right. Sorry. Like that. So now we have a good function, and in this function actually I will send my data to the server, and the server will handle the things from here and start calling the API. So I will not call the API from the front end. I will not save my variables on the front end, only on the back end, and I will use them in the back end. So here we need first to require Axios, and after we require Axios, actually we're gonna make a call with it to the server, and from the server we will handle everything else. So now I will send the form to the server. Let's see how I will do that. Sorry, what did I do? Sorry for that. I'm gonna put that here. Yeah. Okay. So now we have the Axios, and actually I need also to get something else from the DOM because I need the city and I need the form. So I will call them here. Okay, but let me see. Let me do like this right now. I would just want the form. So let's see what is the problem. Cannot resolve Axios. Yes, he cannot resolve Axios because he don't know what is Axios. So once I go here in the npm packages and say npm install and save dev Axios, he will download Axios. Sorry for that because I forgot the N. Okay, so now we downloaded the Axios and we said we want now to send the form city that we have entered in the form. We want to send it to Axios. So to do that, we need to use Axios inside the get city to get this information actually. And to do so, let me show you how we will do that. So I need now to call Axios and let Axios do something and send something to the server. Okay, so I just copy pasted that. I know how to do it, but it's just like how I did it before. So I'm trying to make the video shorter because the last video was 4 hours and that's a lot of coding and a lot of effort. So I'm making the things here more clearer. Okay, let me just like show you how we did that step by step. So if I did like that, I need now a const, and this const will grab the data, okay, from my Axios, okay, and I will make the Axios make a post request. Why a post request? Because we need to take the data coming from the form and send it to the server, and the server will take this form and will call the API and give it the data coming from the form. So all our work will be on the server, not here. Just here we send the data to the server, and at the final step the server will give us everything we need. So Axios.post, and I'm going to make this HTTP localhost, right? I think it should be, no, sorry. Yeah, local host /8000/get city. So now this means that I will have to build a server that is using the port 8000, and that is going to a path called /get city, which will handle the data and return it back to the front end, and we will use it again and send it to the server, and this time we will make another function which is called get the weather and things like this. So let's see how we will do that. The second parameter we give to Axios is the form. Actually, this is a very easy way because it will just like you give the form and Axios have to extract all the data in this form as long as they have a name, because the name attribute in the HTML is what's responsible for making the input understandable by the server when you send it. So this is the form, and the last thing is we need to set the headers, and so the headers will equal, we will say actually the content type, that's all what we need. Here it is, and it's actually application /JSON because we want this data to go and identify it as JSON file, because the server is very good at handling JSON, and of course we will need also to use express.json to express any JSON data coming for us. So the data coming from the form will be converted to JSON file and it will be readable by the server. So now If we finished all of that, the server will reply on us. When it replies, I should put here the returned data coming after all of that. So I will await the Axios post to finish, and once it's finished, I will have the data, but the data will be cured. I will not just like send everything that's coming from the API. No, the server will handle all of that. It will call the API, it will give it the information, and it will extract only the things I need and return it. I will say respond that send this information that I specify to the front end again. So this is best. This is the best because it is a little bit controllable. I don't have to deal with a bunch of big data coming back to the client. So this is the get city function that will work once I submit. But to know that it is working, we will use the same thing, checking that the function is working. So the get city function is actually working. Okay, like that. Here I will await, but he's giving me a red underline because I didn't tell him that this is a synchronous function. And of course, if the function is not asynchronous, you cannot await because you don't need actually to await anything, and it will not be even available. So to await something, the server has to understand, or it should be an asynchronous function, because asynchronous function means that you are awaiting for an API to respond to you. But if it's just like a normal function, no, you don't need to await. You don't need it to be asynchronous, because the JavaScript, by its nature, will put it in the callback and will go line by line. It will not skip a line and go to the other, unless you call a function. So it will have to go to the function and return, and then coming back to finish all the lines. So, but the asynchronous function is different, because here you have to go to another place and get data and then give it back to the server. So whatever the thing here, for example, if you put here a console.log anything, it will not appear unless the server responds, and responds with a valid response, because if the response is not valid, it will crash actually, and it will not call anything. And of course, this means that our app is ended. There is no more anything returned, or even it will work. It will be crashed. So here it is. This is the get city function. As I told you, I'm giving that to a local host 8000/get city. So I think the next step now, before we try to return the data here, which will happen once we understand what is the data that is coming from the get city, we will put it here and we will send it back, but not now. First we have to go to make the server, and then make this call to the API, understand how it will call the data, and what is the data that is coming, just like to feel like we are aware of everything. So the next thing, I'm gonna build the server. Alright, so the last thing we stopped at was an Axios error that was coming from Axios. And actually, let me tell you that I left that and I went to do some stuff, and when I came back, I wanted to continue the recoding, and I opened my application and I wanted to see what exactly is the error here, or where it is coming from. So I tried to play around the things. Actually, I didn't find any mistake. I just run the build again, and run the dev again, and run the server again, and everything worked fine. So I realized that the mistake was only just like sometimes your server is laggy, or the dev version need to be updated. Things like this happen on the fly, And also, something I experienced before is that the JSON, when you just like refresh the JSON files, or you play around these files on the on the package.json, sometimes you need to rerun the server and rerun the production and rerun the development. Things like this happen because here, when you, for example, write a new script, you will need to restart the things again to start reading the file again. So that's it. Maybe if you are changing something in the index HTML or in the scripts or the style, maybe it will be read just like directly. But when you go to the package.json, I think it is different. Something like this. I'm not sure, guys, but I'm thinking with you. But I heard that. I'm sure I heard that before from someone else. So let's npm start the server, and let me tell you that I didn't change anything from what we did the last time, and the only thing I noticed that I need to change, but in front of you, is this part here, because this is not a console log, so we need to make it a console log, and we need to take this part so like this and put it here, because I need to return it as a console log to see that down there in the command line. And also I'll put these marks because I have here something that needs to be inside these marks, not the other one, not the brackets of a string. This one I don't remember their names, but they work fine with variables. So here you see the server is listening on port 8000, so the port is appearing now. Everything is working fine. Actually, I also changed that. I console logged the body itself first, and I put posted to make sure the data that is coming from the server we have made here is actually really posted in the server. So let's do that again and go to here and start writing anything and writing something here and submit. And let's see if this is going to the server. Yes, server is listening, it's posted, and here is the city, here is the date. So it is grabbing our form from the client side. And let's now make the same destruction again for the for that coming data. So I think I will need to put here the city and the date to get them from the request, the body. And after that I have to console log what is the city and what is the date, and just like this will be clear enough, I think. So as you see, it's directly showing me here the data inside the body, which is the city and the date. So we are working fine up till now, and I guess now we will have to work on the server to really make a call for the API through Axios, but this time I will not use Axios here. We will use Axios here, and it will be an Axios.get request, because I need now data. I don't need to post data like I did with the server right now. No, I need to take this data, the city and the date, and give them to the API, and the API should now give me back data. So let's do that in the next step. So welcome back again, and as we stopped here that we sent a successful request to the server, and here we have just like as you know, we console logged the data that we send from the form. So now we are having, or we have a successful form handling way, and now we can send the data to the server, the city and the date, and we can do something with them. So now let's get the city, and to get the city, sorry, let me explain the whole thing. What you need to do now is that you want to produce a mix from 3 APIs that will enable you to, I think, present 3 things. The first thing that you will present is how many days remaining for your flight. And this, you don't need an API for that. We will get that from another way. And the second thing is that you need to give the client or the viewer or the visitor for your website a weather forecast or a weather condition and a weather description, warm, sunny, and like this. And the last thing, you need a picture. So these things you get from different APIs. And here, the first step, we want to get the city location, but you will tell me why we need the location. And I mean by the location, the latitude and the longitude. Why you need the latitude and the longitude here? Because actually, when you try to get the weather, the API is called Weatherbit, and to get the condition of the weather from it, you will need the latitude and longitude. Actually, you can go directly to it and get the city, I mean, just like you get the weather by the city name, but the recommended way, and actually also the way required by the rubric of the project is to get the latitude and longitude from the Geonames API, something called Geonames API. This is the first API we will handle. And once you get the latitude and longitude about the city you searched for, you will take these latitude and longitude and you will put them in another function and you try to get the weather. And after that, you will also take the same city name that you have used in your form, or even the one that came out of the search inside the API, which is more secure way, because sometimes you may not write the city in the correct spelling in your form, but when you look for it, I realized and I noticed that the API, the Geonames API, can look for your place and it gives you the closest search results. So if you have spelling mistakes, it even can just like search around it, anything like it, something known in the database systems that you can search for something like so and so. So it searches for something like it if it didn't find it the exact with the exact spelling you made. So you will get the city location from this API, and then we will deal with this city location by giving it to another API, which is the weather API, and get the weather. And the final thing is that we will take the same result that came from the first API, which is Geonames, and we will give it to the Pixabay, which is the easiest one of them, and Pixabay will handle the picture for the place. So let's do that. So the first thing here, actually I don't need the date. By now I don't need the date because the date will not be any use from Geonames. I just need now to get a location credentials. I think it's called credentials, something like this, just like the longitude and latitude, and know what is the word that mean the mix of them. So let's delete this console, and now we need just the city. Okay, let's delete that too. So I'm gonna imagine here that there is a const called location, and the const location will send this city to a new function called get city location, which we will do in another JavaScript file, just like to be sure that we don't make a very long request here. No, we have to handle each API on its own file, JS file. So I'm gonna give this function the city, and I'm gonna let it deal with this information or piece of information. So I do not need to console log the location right now because this is not the mission, but I will await for this because this is going to handle an API request. So as long as it is an API, it will deal with an external source of information. So I will have to make it a synchronous function because I'm not now dealing on the same server. I will have to call an external server, which is the API. So I'm gonna await the information to come from here, and then I'm gonna console log it. But I'm gonna not do that here first. I will first make sure that this function will work fine. But there is something I forgot to say. Now let's see what this function will do. Just like it will deal with something called geonames. So let's know how we will write this function by first introducing the geonames. So this is the geonames website, as you see, and actually you need to register, and it will give you a free trial, something like a free trial or something. And after you register, you will have a username, because whatever the code that you will write here, you will need a username. Okay, so you will need a username, and we will also use something called these are parameters. The parameters are what you put after the last pass, this pass. You put this question mark, and then you put the information needed to make this API more close to what you need. So the first thing we will put, just like we will use the username, we will use a location name, which is called I think place name or country maybe, or maybe even you can put query, just like the word queue, because this is the code I remember I dealt with. Anyway, there are different ways, so I will give you one of them that is working, but you can try any of these, just like this one. So the max row is also something important to put in your parameter, so because you only need one result. You don't need the 10. The default is 10. So you make the max rows, which means how many objects it will return in an array. So you don't need but the first object. And it's better because just like sending or downloading or asking for 10 results will be slower than asking for one result. So this is the first API we will deal with. You will need to provide it with a username, which is something like the key for this API to work, and max rows, which is how many objects you need to get. And the last thing is the place name, which also, as I told you, it may be a query, just like a queue equals, just like the one for Google, I think. It's not written here, but I'm sure of it, so don't worry. If there is anything else, I'm gonna tell you, but I'm sure that you can just like, and you can also use this parameter, you know, the place name. You can put a place name and it will work the same way. You can put a queue equals the city you want, or a place name equal the city you want. Both of them actually will work fine, but a query I think is more exclusive, because you may put a place name, you may put a country, and still you will get results for all of these. And the result will be longitude, latitude, and the formal name of the city and things like this. So let's see how we will do that. I need now to create this function, but as I told you, I will need to provide this function with a user name also, and the username will be a key. Right now we don't have a place to put keys in, so I think this is why we made the .env file. But there is a big problem that we will meet here, is that suppose I made a username, for example, user name, and I made this username, for example, me 0020, for example. So if I made the username like this, I don't know why, but in many other projects I made, the end file was working fine with that, with combining strings and numbers. But here, I don't know, for some reason, it cannot combine the username if it's mixed between numbers and integer or a string or characters. So what I will do here is that I will make the username with a very strange way. But however, let's my username was Mano20, and let's see how we will get the username. Actually, after you make your account, you will be able to reach it, I think, from here. I think so. Let's see. So yes, I'm already logged in. As you see, I'm already logged in. So I need now to go to see what's my username. Does it put it anywhere here? Because I memorize it. I can write it, but I want to show you where is the username. It's strange. So the username is considered as if it is a password, because right now I cannot see that it gives me the option to see my username again. So I think the only way to use a username is to use the same username you entered to activate Geonames. So it is the same login credentials, the same login username you used to log in. It is the same thing you will use as a key. Okay, I hope this is clear for you. So this was the username I made, and let's try to use it here as a username. So I need now to get that username. So let me write here, for example, const username, because I want to send it with the function. So const username, and I will say environment dot process, and you will know in a second what is the meaning of that. Let me say user name. Let me put it also here with the same way, like this, because in the end file it is a habit that things should be capitalized. So like this. So now I have a username and I'm sending it here. So let's now console log that and see what is the first problem we will meet, which is probably will be that we didn't install actually something to deal with the environment. Yeah, environment is not defined because we haven't put anything here that can deal with that. So you need a .env, which will require .env .config. I think you can make it like this. So this way you are using .env, I guess, and still here I need to go and install npm install .env. It's a library to make you able to work with the environment files. Okay, let's get back to the server and refresh it. So I'm sorry for that. Require is mistaken. Env is not defined. Yeah, because I think I didn't use it. Something like this. I removed this from here. Okay, and I'll say app.use .env .config, just like that. And also here I will need to I'm sorry, because I think process word is the one that contains env. Yeah, like this. And here it is. Look, it's coming back because I console logged. Once the server is refreshed, the console log is working. So let me recall what we have done here. We have made we have an environment file. We needed a username to use the Geonames, which is the first API. And once you log in, he will tell you to add a username for your request to be working. And to put the username, we put it in the environment file, and this is the user name. Now when I try to console log it here, before I use it here, I find that it's only giving me the characters, but it doesn't give back the integers. And I tried, believe me, I tried before while I was doing this project to solve this, but I don't know why, for some reason the project is not solved. So if you have any idea how we can solve that without changing this in some way, you just can tell it to me. But right now I have a solution for that, a little solution, which is I put the username like this, a username and a user number, and I came here in the server and I tried to combine them by somehow. So let me show you how is that. So I think here is the user number and here is the user string and here they are. So I made something called user string and I made something called user number, and I got both of them from here, and then I will combine them together. So I will make now my username, this one, but with another way, with a strange way a little bit, which is I'll take this user string here and I will concat, and concat is a function in JavaScript that enable you to join two strings together, the user number. And now I can deal with it as one single unit. Yes, and we will put this console here, just like, because it was not initialized, it was not yet initialized. Now it is initialized. So now as you see, menu undefined. Yeah, because I think there is something here, process.input user number. Did we put the user number? User number, concat user number. Right, this. Let me solve this. I don't know why it's giving me undefined. I will see that right now. Alright guys, I think I want to add only one thing. The configuration here needs to be just like a function. And now what will happen? Yeah, also, is that right here? Yep, I think I do not need to put it as a middleware. So I will put it like this, and I think now it will work fine. Look, here it is. We have a nice one and working fine. So now, yes, this is the right way to call .env.configurations to be working. And inside the configurations of .env, you will find that there is something called the process. Here it is, which inside it there is the environment files, and it can get it by default. You don't need to define the path as long as you're putting that into your root file. So now we have the .env working, and here we have the username, and as you see, you can now get the username by this way. So now we have the username. We don't need this console log right now, and it is sent here in the function, which is the get city location. And the only thing we need now is to make this function, which is called the get city location. So to do that, we will have to go here and make another name, which is called get city location. So let's put it here, a new file, and it is called get city location.js. and here we will have to set up our API. So let's see how we will do that. Okay, so the first thing I need to work with these two parameters or arguments, and through them I will make my Axios.getRequest to call the API and get results. But to do that I need first to import Axios, but as long as I'm in the server, I think the normal way of importing things like this will not be working correctly. So I think we need to call Axios with the old way of calling the modules like this. So require Axios. Okay. Yes, he's telling you to write it in the new ES6 way, but if you did that, he will give you an error and tell you you might go back to the right way of writing this by writing in the old version. I don't know exactly what is the reason for that. I didn't look for it actually yet, but it's okay. It's not a big deal. You can use the import in the front end, but you use the old way of requiring the modules in the server. And now I will write the option, the same name for the function, because I need to export it with this name. And now I will make this function asynchronous, because as I told you, we will deal with an API, and this asynchronous function is actually taking two parameters, username and city. You can here you can put any names actually, because these are the arguments and these are the parameters. The parameters here are just like placeholders for two values that will be put here. So if you put different names than those ones, it will be okay, because these are values, are real values, but these are not. These are just placeholders. So I can put city name, city location, whatever name I will put here, it will still grab the same things you will provide the function with. But I'm sticking to the same names, just like an easier way to remember everything. So the same way we made in the handle submit is the same way we will call for an Axios request. And I'm sure you know Axios. Axios is actually one of the easiest ways to fetch the data from an API, and it's better than the normal fetch function provided by the JavaScript, because it has a lot of other features, and I got used to it because it's easier, even because it just like it handles everything else inside the backstage, which you don't have to bother yourself with every now and then. After the process of learning, maybe you have to learn the function first, but then you can use something that can easy the matter for you. Just like when someone tries to deal with Python after dealing or learning through C. It's not the same way, because he will know how difficult was the real functions were before they get combined to something shortcutted, and he will understand the bliss of using Python and things like the new programming languages. But still, it's better to do that after learning the core languages and the old languages of programming. So I will say here const data will equal await Axios.get. Now I don't know why the yeah, I saw. Okay, yes, it's Axios.get, and let me tell you what is the right API for that. Of course, you can get it from the website, and it will still give you the same results I am making here. So you can come here and you can just like see how you can search for the geolocation with the API, and I think it is here. Let me see. Yeah, it's inside the documentation. And here's an example. You will follow the example, but instead of the postal code, because you can choose the parameters, you can write here place name and write the place name, which is the city in my application, and the maximum rows you will choose 1, and the username you will put the username. The username is actually obligatory. You can't hide it, or you can't just like remove it. You have to use it. And the maximum rows, they have a default number, so you don't have to put them, but it's better to go 1 for performance issues. And the postal code, you can replace that with any other parameter that will work fine, which is like place name or country bias, maybe something like this. So let's go here and see that. Yes, so here it is. Here is the Geonames organization, search JSON, query equals city. So I'm putting the city here, and here I'm putting the user name. So what's after that? Okay, so let's see. Well, so once we get anything from this, we want to get it here in the server and see what is it about, to be able to know how we will handle it. So let me do that, and let me go here and start searching for maybe a true location like London, and this is the date. Okay, we have an error. Let's see why the error. Get city. Aha, yes, because we did not export this function. We need to export the function, so I'm gonna do like that, but I'm gonna make it with module.exports will equal get city location. And now I will require the function in the server side here. It's called get city location, and require, and by the way, I have to make it like this because I'm not exporting the whole JS file, which from it I will after that call the function. No, I need now to just like destruct the function and use it directly, you know, because if you remove these brackets, you are now using the page itself, and from the page you can say just like get city location dot get city location again to make the function work. But now no, I'm destructuring, so whatever the page is, get from it only this thing between the brackets. And now I'm gonna say get city location like this. Yes, so I think now I am referring to the function in the right way. Let's see now what are the results. So let me write this again, London. Alright, so we have a successful request here for the API, and the API is responding well, and we don't need that, of course. So we will need this array, Geonames, and of course, as I told you, my Geonames array will only have one object, because in the maximum rows here I defined it as 1. Just give me one result, the first one. So what do I need from here? I need the longitude from this Geonames array. So I will get this array, and I will say between two brackets 0 to get me the first result, which is this object, and from this object I will say dot longitude and also the name, which is the name of the city, and the latitude. So let's do that. Maybe I can say that, and console log. I will need now to make another just like another object, or to destructure const. So I want you to give me the name of the city, the real name, the one that is in their database, and the latitude and the longitude. I think it is written right? Yeah, it's a longitude like this. So, and here I'm gonna get that from data, and let me try to see that here. I'll put it inside an object because it's better to deal with it as an object. It will be more clear if I put it here. It's undefined. Great, because I think maybe I need to put them again. Let's go on right. London. Sorry. Yeah, I didn't make that the right way. Data dot geonames, right? It's the geonames written like this. Yes, geonames, and object number 0, which is the first object inside my data. Here, let's write that. London. Alright, so I have here all the information I need, the name of the city, latitude, longitude. Now, that's all we need to do with this function, and we need to return, because what we will return will be what will we get here from the location. This will be the returned, because this location is whatever the return from this function, and the function is here, so we need to make it return. What will it return? Name, latitude, and longitude. But remember, this is an object. I'm returning an object, and I like that because an object will be disarranged. You see, an object with the name property, the latitude property, the longitude property, and next to them their values, which is a better way and a clear way to deal with whatever they're returning from this API. Right now, we are not focusing in handling any errors. As you see, there is no error handler. So we will come back to that to cover all the possible errors that may happen from a function, and to try to cover it and solve it. So now I have a location. So let me see. Location here, console log, to make sure that I am reaching to this point where I can get a response that maybe I will now try to send it back to the client side, because the client side is waiting me to reply. Look, I am making this request to the API, but what is the reply? I should return the data coming. So if I came here, I should be able, after this all of it finish, I should be able to console log the data and present it here on the client side to deal with it. So let's see now, with no console logs here, that this console log will appear first before I try to do that with the front end. So let's see. We will say this time Birmingham and submit. I didn't submit a date because I still don't have any required fields. I didn't make them required, so it's okay. It will not give me an error. And here it is, name Birmingham, latitude, longitude. So my function is returning everything. Now I can do this step, which is respond.send, which means I'm making a successful response. As I told you, we will handle the errors later, but now let's focus on making a successful response. So response.send location, whatever the location is, it will send it, which is this object right here. Now let's go to the front end and receive my data. So let's see CLG data. So now the data is queued, because some people will try to make the actions that get from here and get the data and then queue it on the front end, and this is totally not the best user case. The best user case is to deal with the API on the server, and then only here you just like get to the front end whatever you need, not everything else. So let me console log the data, and let me also, yes, we removed any console log here. So I need it to appear here now to make sure it's on the client side. So let me put London, submit. Yep, we have the data, and as you see, it's very fast. Why it's very fast? Because we are only getting back one object, one result from the API. So it will not take too much time, not as much as when it tries to search and give you back 10 or more rows. So in the next step, we will know what to do with these data, how to use them, and what we will do with them. So according to the rubric, after we get the location, and I mean by the location the object that had three things: the name, the longitude, and the latitude, and that's what we got from the server. So if you remember, that is what we got from calling the API. We got an object with three properties, so we send them to the client, and in the client side here we should be able to receive this data and return this data, and it will be returned finally in our handle submit. So now we have data coming from the location. Why we need this data and how we will use them? Let me first make sure that we are really getting the data and that the internet is finally, well, I have a problem with the internet, but it comes and goes. I don't know why, but at least the API is working fine. So we have no problems now. We have the longitude, the latitude, and the name coming to the client side. Okay. So now, why we need this data? Actually, you know that we have three APIs according to the rubric. So when we get the location, longitude, and latitude, we will be able to call the second API, which is the Weatherbit. And the Weatherbit is actually working on two options. The first one is when you try to get the current weather, which is the thing required and asked by the rubric also. So now what you have to do is to send this longitude and latitude to the Weatherbit API, and the Weatherbit API will tell you the weather. And this is one of three pieces of information needed by the results, just like according to the terms of the project in Udacity. You need the weather, you need the location, you need the remaining days, which we will do right now, and you need also a picture of the city. So now we have got rid of the first task, which is getting the location, the longitude, and the latitude, and we should now get these things from the location. So we have a name, a longitude, and a latitude, and these three properties have values inside this object coming from the server. But to do that and be able to work safely, I should turn that into an asynchronous function, because you know here I'm dealing with an API, and the API is returning data. So to be able to work fine, I should make the whole handle submit function as an asynchronous function, because it is waiting for some data here. So once I get this data that is coming from here, and this is calling the server and all that stuff, I should be able to extract and destruct these three properties from the object coming or returned. Now once I do that, I should now be able to make a function for the second API, and I will call it, for example, get weather, and in the get weather I will get the weather from, and let me just like put that as weather because it will be an object at the end, and the function is get weather, and I'll give it the longitude and the latitude. But is that enough? And unfortunately no, you need the remaining days. Why? Because as we said, you will work on two things in the Get Weather API. Either the Weather API working for the current weather or for the forecast weather. So you need to give it the remaining days, because in the server side, when we go to see how we can get the weather, we will need to tell the Weather API exactly which link, which URL to use, because we will have two URLs, and I will show you now how we will get these URLs. So as I told you, to get the weather now, we need the longitude, the latitude, and the remaining days, because once we get the remaining days, we will be able to set or decide which API we will call, or which URL we will call. So we will get two URLs and we will deal with one of them. One of them is the current weather according to the remaining days. If it's less than 7, we will call the current weather. If it's not less than 7 days, we will call the forecast. So let's first, before this one, let's get at first something called, we may call it const our days, and the our days means the remaining days. So we will make a function for that too. So get our days, and for the get our days, what should we give it? Yeah, we should give it the date coming from the form, because the date coming from the form is the date that we want to calculate or subtract from the recent date. So to do that, we need to get that from the DOM. So we can say const date equal document dot query selector, and we will get date. So let me see, but I don't think I have, it's an ID, right? We can get that from the index.html, and here it is, it's for date, so the ID is date, so it's an ID. Okay, so now we will have the date, but of course this will not be the date, this will be the date input, because to get the date value, we will get it from the date input after the submit, because before the submit, this is just an element. So after the submit, we can say date input dot value to get the value of the date the user entered. And so I'll get that from here. I'll say const date will equal date dot input dot value. So, and let me comment this. We say getting the value of the input. Okay, so now we got the value of the input, and the last thing we should do is to put that here and get the remaining days. So the main focus now, my friends, and I want you to focus. I hope I'm not distracting you or confusing you or anything. We are walking in a range, in order. So we got the location and we should get the weather, but before we get the weather, we need to give the weather something called the R days. And to give the weather the R days, we need to get the R days. So let me get that here and go to ask for it. So if I say get R days, it will equal, and it will take a date as a parameter, and it will return for me. So let's now set the start and end date. So what is the start date? Actually, the start date is actually the current date, because suppose that I will fly after 7 days from now, so I need to know what is now. So let me make now, maybe make a const called now. So the now const means what is the date now? And to do that, it's very easy. We will do new date and we will leave it empty, because if we didn't put for the date function, which is a function by JavaScript, a default function that can calculate the date and give you a string or something that represents the date with days, months, and years. But if we left it empty like this, we didn't give it a certain date or something, this means it will give us today's date and this moment date. So it's very, very precise. And now another one, which we will call maybe travel date, which is a date we will travel in. And to get that date, I need to also make the same function again, but this time I'll give it the date coming from the value entered by the man who will travel, so the client. So the client will put the date he wants to travel in, and now all we need is to subtract the travel date minus the now, and by this way we will get how many days left for that. So I can also call it time difference. So the time difference equals the travel date, and I will make a function called get time. The get time actually will get me how many days left, and this is what I actually need. So getting how many days left is very, very important thing, because I will need it to get my time exactly in days. So let me first do that and see what will get time will equal, because the get time, actually I think it's a function that will give me the seconds or something, and these seconds I will turn it into maybe just like a real time by another equation. So it's the same thing here, get time. Let me see, or console log that. But to console log that, as you know, I may cancel this because this will not work now, because I don't want it to work. And let me say here console log our days, just to see what is the result of the our days. So let me calculate the time difference and the console log the time difference. So now the city, whatever, and the time is like this, and let's submit. Okay, let's see what is happening. I think I lost the server. I didn't lose the server. Well, that's strange, you know, because I should be able to. I don't know what is happening. Get our days is not defined. Okay, to get our days, okay, we should, I think, put here the word const get our days. So let's see now what will happen. Yeah, I think we don't have that thing now. So let's see. So I got, of course, the city, the latitude and the longitude, but I got also a time. I think it's represented by seconds or something. So get time is actually getting me the days. I don't know, maybe there is another function that can get me the days, but I can turn that into days with a very just like a simple equation that I got from the internet. But let's also maybe but I think get day will get me the name of the day. I don't need the name of the day. So as you see, we don't have anything here that can count how many days run through this, because it will be so strange. So let's just like get the time, and I will show you how to, from getting the time, which is in seconds, I think, it will be easier to get the days. So the days will equal now, and let me call it the remaining days, and put it in a const called remaining days, will equal, actually I'll make math dot seal, which will just like deal with any fractions and decimal numbers left and make them turn into 1 or 0, because we don't need the halves here while doing that. So I'll say the time difference, and I will divide that by 1000 multiplied by 3600 and multiplied by 4. So by this way I am converting the time difference to a day. This is what's the meaning here. And actually, if we try to understand what are these numbers here, yeah, so I guess the day has 24 hours multiplied by 3600 minutes, I do think so, multiplied by 1000 second. It's something like that, guys. Anyway, we don't have to understand this, because to get the remaining days we'll get that from another source, because it's not your job right now. But however, we are turning that into seconds too, and we want to calculate the seconds of a day and divide the seconds left from these 2 days. I mean, for example, maybe you will have here 2 billion seconds, whatever. 2 billion seconds means from the day we will travel, from the day of now till the day we will travel, we will have 2 billion days. So if we want to know how many are the 2 billion days in days, we need to convert them to 24 hours. And this is the equation here. However, this will get us the time difference. So we need now to console log the R days. Okay, so let's console log the R days. London 19, and yep, it is working. So from now on to 19 of August I have 8 days, and this is cool because now I have a valid equation to get me the days. So yes, everything is now fine. We have the days, and the last thing we should do is to remove this console log and return whatever the R days are. Okay, so now we have finished. Return the remaining days. So return the remaining days means that now we can make this function valid, and we can now put the R days here. This function we don't need to await because it's not synchronous function. And now we need to make a function called getWeather. So if I set getWeather and I gave it the same things, let me see what are the same things. I will make the parameter equal the names of the arguments. This is totally fine, and I'll make like this, and I'll start to make an Axios call and give the 3 pieces of information we got to the server. So I will send that to the server, and to do that, let me copy paste that quickly the way we post things. So let me just like copy it from here, because we will not do anything different. The same thing, we will do, but let me show you how we will do it in a different way, because this time I will not just like send the form itself. I will send an Axios post to another bus called GetWeather, and I will also not send a form. I will send instead an object, and the object will contain the whole data I need to send. And after this object, I'll make a comma to send the headers, but I don't think that there will be headers this time according to Axios library, because in Axios, if you're gonna need to send something like some data or some form of data, then you don't need to do that in that way of sending a header and that stuff. So let me see now what will happen. And actually I forgot these things, you know, and I forgot this thing too. So yep, and make that asynchronous. Okay, so we have now a valid asynchronous function with 3 parameters. It contains an Axios post request with data that should be returned from it. And here is the Axios post, and I need now to send my object. And this is according actually to Axios JS here. I want to show you that in the documentation how I got this. Alright, so here are the post requests, and when you go to the post requests, you can post data like this way. So you just define what is the path and you put an object. But sending a form has another way, which was we used previously, which is we put the path, and we may also put what is going to be the object. But there is another way. I saw it here. Where it is. Yeah, put an HTML form as JSON. Here it is. So we will put the slash path, and we will put the document.query selector, the form, which we have done, and then the headers, we have done it this way. We have just like we set what is the form, and we send it here to Axios post. So this is the way of sending the form, but this is another way to send just an object with the data, whatever the data we want. And to do that, I don't have to say latitude again. I can just write latitude, and the object itself will understand according to the new or the correct way of writing JS, that he will understand that this is actually the same property with the value inside the same name. So you have a name here, you can put it as a property and value at the same time by this way. This way we have sent the GetWeather to an API called, to a path called GetWeather. So the GetWeather path should be here in our router. We will copy that again, but this time it will not be with this name, it will be with this name. And we will remove this, cancel that, and cancel that right now. And we just want to know if we got the request.body we need or not. We just want to know what's in the request.body, which will appear here once we send any data. So let's send data now. Make like this and 18 and submit. Why nothing is here? I think I removed everything. The app crashed. Okay, let's see why. I think maybe it's from the internet, because today is the day of paying the internet, so it starts to lose its gigabytes or something. Yeah, I think it is about that. Let me see. Let me here refresh the server and start again. Do the same thing. Yep, we have the data here. As I told you, there is no mistake in the code itself. So here it is. Yes, we have the request body, and we have this in our body, an object with the latitude, the longitude, and the remaining days. All we need now is to destruct these three values from their properties and make them independent constants and start sending them to a new file just like this one that will now deal with the weather. So that we will do, but give me 1 second to prepare for the next video. Alright, so let's continue our video. So we said that we're gonna get the weather, and we made here a post route that will call this path / get weather, and once it go get weather, it will actually post all the information coming from the client, and then we should now call the API and send to him all the information we have. But first we have to know what are the information, so we presented them here as you see from the last video, and now all I need is making a const called weather, the same as we did as the client, but this time I'm gonna make a function or await a function called get weather, the same thing with the front end, but this time here this function will actually call the API itself. So the get weather now needs three things: lat, longitude, and so latitude and longitude, and the R days. And of course we didn't get them from the request.body, so let me get them here. So we have lat, we have long, and we have the R days, and all of them are actually, each one will be a constant destructed from the request.body, like that. So we have got all of them here, and we should await that, okay, because I think we should await for the request.body, or maybe not, you know, because this is a normal post. We will not even gonna get the request.body unless we take the parameters there here, so they should have come by the time we do this axios.post. So the weather function will take all of these and we'll deal with them in a separate function called get weather, but the get weather will be the same as we did with get city location. It will come from another place. So let me now take the get weather, but yeah, I remembered something. Actually, before you do that, you have to be aware that you will not send actually three things to this file get weather, which we will make in a separate file. No, you will actually send 4, because there is a key. Do you remember? Because you are dealing with an API, so the API will need a key. So we will need a key just like we needed a username for the get city when we dealt with Geonames. So let's see actually the Weatherbit, the API we're gonna deal with, and you will actually notice here is a login. Let's put that aside, and there is a current weather. So the current weather has a documentation for itself, and when you come here you will find the weather forecast, which also has another forecast, one for 16 days or daily, one for 240 hour, and one for the 1 hour or minute. So let's open this one about the 16 days. Let's log in. I think this is my login credentials or something. Yes, and here you will find your key. So this is the master key. This is the one that I will use, I guess. And here is the current weather API. So as easy as this, you find the base URL. After this base URL, for example, if you wrote it here like that, you will just put the question mark and start writing these things, just like the lang. You will write, for example, lang. These are the parameters, and you will set it to English. This is what is written here. And of course, you will have something like, if you want to add a new parameter, you will do like this. And I don't know if there are two or not. I think there are only one ampersand. And you will say key, for example, equal, and you will put your key, and that goes on. So you will put the key, and what we need exactly is that the unit is actually the measurement for the temperature. For me, as a man sitting in the Arab world, I set the units to M, which is Celsius. For you, as someone in Europe, if you are in Europe or you are in another place, you may use another unit. So you can use Fahrenheit or the scientific. It's okay for you to change this in my parameter. So this is the way we will get the parameters and everything. And this is an example, you know, it's the current. Yeah, it's the current weather. So remember that we said there are two ones. There is the current weather API, and there is the forecast. So here, this is a specific URL you will use attached with a word called current/current, which define to the API that you want the current temperature. But in the Weatherbit 16, there will be a forecast/daily. This is the one that will deal with things that, look, returns a 16-day forecast in 1 day interval from any point on the planet. That means actually that you will not get the same day you have put. For example, if you wanted day 16, you will not get day 16. You will get, or just like if the remaining days are 8, you will not get the same time for the 8th day you are going to travel in. No, you will get an array of objects. In each object, 1 day forecasted till the time you are leaving in 16 days limit. So let me show you that here. I don't know if, yeah, just like this. Here we have 1/4/2017, and after that, if this continues, you will find like in the data an object for 1 day, 1/4/2017, and 2/4/2017, 3/4/2017. So you should actually use or select only the last object in this array, because the last object will have the last day you entered. For example, if the remaining days are 7, then it will give you all the 7 days. The last one is the 7th day, so you have to only choose the last one. I hope this is clear a little. So we have the latitude, the longitude, the city name, and all of these information, you know, we have. And the last thing is the key. So let's do that. And of course, the same thing here. We have the key, and here is the same thing. Include, we will not put this one. We will say the key, the longitude, the latitude, and we will get the current weather. Okay. So I hope this is clear. So let's go now to my application and start making the file through which we will deal with this get weather in the server. So we will say it's called get weather.js, and inside this one we will put this function, and we will say, we will just make the function at first not to get any errors. So now we have a function, and now we should export this function. I think I should do module.exports equal, and I should put it inside an object as something extracted from this page. So now I have a module.export, and let me make a CLG here and say I am working to make sure that everything is working fine. Up till now I didn't require it, so I should go here and require the file. So we may say it's called get weather, right? And require it from get weather. So yes, I guess now we have it here. And if we came to ask for /get weather, it will start calling for the get weather and put all these information. So let me write put this information here, all of them in the parameter place. And let me also, so latitude we have it, longitude we have it, our days, and the last thing is I'm gonna call that the weather key. And the weather key I will put in the environment. Actually, I have a valid one here. I think it is valid. I don't know if it's still valid or not, because I think the trial was 7 days, and by now I have passed the 7 days. So this one may work and it may not work. I don't know yet, but let's see. So I'll go to the server, and where is the last one we took? Here it is. So const weather key. How did we write it here? Okay, we write it small. So let's keep it small. Yeah, weather key will equal process .env dot weather key. I don't know if this is valid or not, but let's CLG weather key like that. Well, yeah, but it is working here. So now we have a valid weather key. It is working. I mean, it is working as a console log, but I don't know if it will work with the API or not. So now we have the weather key. It is here. So we have given this all these information to this kind of and of course he spied on my get weather, and he find that it doesn't need an await right now, because it's not calling any APIs, but soon this will change and we will start having the API. So let's see if the function is working fine or not by making this request like this. Okay, now we will have an error, but let's see what the error will be about. Or maybe the internet, as I told you. Okay, so we had a server error. I guess this server error means that the internet have problems. But don't worry guys, just a refresh, just a quick refresh, and things will go fine. Yeah, it's an Axios error because it cannot call the server. Well, I guess the internet will work. There is no need to stop the video or something. All still. So let me stop now. No, thanks to God. Well, the internet worked, but it's a little bit slow, but don't worry, this will change. So yes, I am working. So we have a valid one here, and it is working. Now let's go to it and spy on our parameters. Are they all being get from inside the previous server call? If we have all the data working, then all the data here is working. So yes, okay, now we can continue, and now we can do our that call for the function that will do the weather call. But at first we need, of course, to get the Axios. So let me copy and paste the Axios here. So as we did before, we will now need to know. Of course, you know that sometimes the remaining days may be by minus, because I know that some people will, or it's a good scenario to expect and to handle the error of it, that someone may put a date in the past. And of course, we will handle it in error handling, but not now, because now we are just writing the functions, and we are trying to make sure they are all correct, and then we will get back and handle the errors. Alright, so let's now say if remaining days bigger than 0, and at the same time remaining days less than 7, because this is what is what has been said by the project, that if it's less than 7 you need to use the current API, the current weather API. So let me get you here where I use the current weather API, which is this one actually. So now we have I should put this asynchronous because it's now going to be asynchronous. So await the HTTPS API Weatherbit /current, and the latitude will be LAT. I'll change it a little, and the longitude is the LNG, and the units are RM, which means Celsius for me, and the key will be key. So now I have the API and I think it is working, but the only way I will sync in the right way is to console log everything. So let me put this here and make sure that we have a valid API data. So let me console log this data. I put these stars just like to give me a way to separate the data and see it in a clear way. Let me also put this also after the data, just like here. So now let's make this London. Alright, I have a valid first API request. And what about the second one? Okay, nothing working, right? Nothing here. Why that? Let's see, I didn't call the function or something. Maybe because of that. Okay, let me see. I will put here equal sign. But I remember this thing was working fine here, so it's a little mistake, I guess, because yeah, the R days maybe not they may be not an integer, I think. So let's see that. Let's make sure where did this stop, because if it got here, if it got this, it stopped here. So let's see. Alright, so yes, nothing bad happened. So now I am having a working function. I didn't change nothing, so I think it's a network only. The count is 1, because as I told you, the current will only get me 1. And the data, it has 18.8. So you will ask me, I didn't put the date I entered, because I entered 18 of August, but here it is getting me 11 of August, and that's normal because the current will get you only the current weather. And I think they may give you the current weather or the project rubric wants the current weather as long as you are not going to travel after more than 7 days. So they do not want you, don't worry, they do not want you to put to them the exact weather in the same date you entered. No, they want to know if it's less than 7 days you are going to travel in, just show the client the current weather of the country or the city you are leaving to. But if you are going to leave after 7 days, this means that maybe the weather changed, so give him a forecast. So I think up to now it is fine, and I need to extract something from this data. So I think I should say data.data, because remember the big one, the big object is actually our data, and the small one inside is also called data, and it's only one. And in this data there is an array. So we will get the first result of the array. So let me show you how I will do that. So data dot data again, and I will say 0. By this way I will get only what's inside here. So let me show you that. Here it is, look. So this is the data inside the data which is here, and these are the first object in the array. So what exactly I need from that? Alright, so I need the weather and I need the temperature, because as I told you, this is the current weather, there are no forecasts. So I need the weather, just like I need the description of the weather. Okay, because if you looked here, you will find weather, that's an object, and we will get the description of this weather. Okay, so the first thing is weather, and the second thing is temp, which is the temperature. These are the only things I'm interested in right now. The temperature is here, and I will get that from, let me first turn that into a const. Destructed from what? Destructed from the data, as I told you, dot data 0, right? I think this is the right place to extract data from. Okay, so let's now see what will be happening here. Let's console log that, and the temperature too, and see what is the result. Okay, let's go here and ask for London. And here it is. I have, what is that? Icon description. Yeah, because I got the whole weather thing. I'm sorry for that. So we should make now a const called description. But it's working fine. So that's thanks to God. I will get this from weather. And I will not show weather, I will show description. So look, now we have it, broken clouds, and the temperature is 23.3. But as I told you, this is the first API call for Weatherbit. There is another API call in a certain case in which else if our days, the remaining days, are bigger than 7, and we don't need to tell it to get less than 16, because actually whatever the day he will enter, I will give him the last one which will come in my list, and the list will never count more than 16 days remaining. So whatever it is, I will show him the last result. So let me now give you what is the forecast URL. This is the forecast URL here. Daily latitude is LAT, but look here, it's forecast daily. Here it was current, so this is the only change in the API, I guess. And here it's LNG, because this is what is in the parameter, and units are M, and days are days, the same thing, and key is key. So now we have an API, and we will do the same thing. Here it is, and let me put another one, and let me also put here a sign that this is coming from weather forecasted, not the current one, to make sure that the data coming this time will be from this one, not from the other one. So this time I will not only destruct the description of the weather and the temperature. No, I will also destruct the maximum temperature and the minimum temperature, because I want to give him a full forecast for everything will happen in this day. So let's see what are the data anyway first, and see how is the shape of it. And let me also, yeah, that's fine. So let's see now. So now I have more than 7 days. Let's see what will happen. Alright, so I have data from where it is coming, but you will find that it is a little bit bigger. The city name is London. The country code is GB. This is the forecasted. Look, nothing else. This is weather forecasted, not the current one. So city name is London. Country code is GB. The application or the maximum temperature at this day will be 23.5. The minimum temperature is here. The clouds, everything else. But this is in the 11 of 8 because I told you if we need the forecast, we need to get the last object coming. And the last object coming will be within, I think, 7 days or 16 days. And for me, it will be the last 7 days. Why? Because I have a free trial. Because I don't have to make it a real trial because I don't need it. So if you want to pay for that, go ahead. But of course, you will not do that. So here is another object with a 12.8. And here is another object with 13.8. And this one is 14.8 and 15.8. 16.8, 17. Okay, we have now 18 or 17. Yeah, 17 is the last day coming from this API, and this means that the only thing or the thing you can get here is the last 7 days. And I'm really sorry for that, but I cannot make a trial with 16 days. If your key that you put just the key, if you change the key to one that have the trial to get the last 16 days, you don't need to change anything else. The remaining days are the same, but it will get you more data, but mine is limited to the last week. So it's okay for Udacity, you just can submit this. But if you want to get the last date you entered within 16 days limit, just put something like another key with valid purchase. Now let's destruct this data just like we did with the other one. So, but this time I guess I need to be a little bit different in my style of getting the code. So if I said data, okay, and then I made an array, I will not put here 0, but instead I will put data.length, because the length now is all the data coming inside this API. It will give me the length of the array, because this is an array, as I told you. The first one we got the 0, because the 0 is the only object inside the array that we want. But this time we will get the data.length, and we will just, as you know, the last index is length -1. This will be able to give us a valid object, which is the last object in our array, and the last object will be the length -1 to get the index, and the index will be that one right here. So let's see if we are right. If we are right, it should get us only this time 17.8. So let's save and see now. Yep, we have the 17.8. So we have made it the right way this time. Look, there is nothing else except the 17.8. So we removed all the other data, and now all we have to do is to destruct the same things again. So but this time we will destruct the weather and also the temperature and the app, which is here, max temperature, the app max temp, and the app min temp, like that. But this way we have all the data we need, and as I told you, we will get that from here. But still, we haven't finished yet. We need also, as we did it before, the description. Description will equal weather, and now I have everything to return. So the weather, I will call that the weather data will equal all of that, the description, because I want to put them all in one unified object, and the temp, and this is an object, by the way, because as you know, the object can take the values and make them properties and values at the same time. Yeah, main temp. Okay, now we have an object with all of these data, and the same thing we will do here, and I will call it the same thing also, const weather data will equal, so this and this. Like that, we have the weather data, and now the last thing we should do here is to return whatever is coming from the API. I will return here the weather data, and the same thing will happen here too. And right now we should cancel these because we don't need them anymore, because they are making things look like a little bit crowded, and the steps are really few. They're not that bad. Let's make the things a little bit readable like this. So all we have done it. In the next video we will show how we will return all these data and then start working on the city picture. But let me first just like make sure that this is returned here in the server. So let me see that our console log, and remember we have just like omitted all the console logs from here, so we have here no console log except this one. And now we want to get the weather here because this is the way we will make sure that we can send it to the client. So let me see that. Alright, what about the server? I guess there is a mistake here or something. No, here it is. Yes, I'm sorry, this is old. This is the last one. I'm working, description, broken clouds, and temperature is 23.3. Now let's also test the forecast and put a very far date. Well, the same thing. I'm working, description, broken clouds, temperature, maximum temperature, and minimum temperature. So everything is working fine up till now. And in the next moment, or in the next step, as I told you, we will start dealing with the next API after we get that on the client. Alright, so as we finished the last time, so we said that the weather will be where it is. I think we were here, yes. So we console log the weather and we made sure that everything is working fine. Now all what we have to do is send the weather to the client side. So by this way, we will send the weather to the client side. We will go now to this is the client side, and this is where we go in order through our APIs. So remember, this was the last thing we reached in here. So what I have to do now is to get this weather the same way we got it in here, but we will have two options: either to get the description, temperature, and the maximum temperature and the minimum temperature, or to get it in the other way. So I think I have different ways to do that, because we will get one of two. We will not always get the same thing. So I guess I will just like I will give this weather when I come to the point of updating the user interface. I will have just like two solutions. The first one is to just like update the user interface with temperature and weather description. But if this is a forecast, I will update the user interface with 4 things, not 2, because we will add to it the maximum temperature and the minimum temperature. But right now, we don't need all of that. We just need now to get the city picture, because at this point, after we get the city picture, we will have everything. Then we don't need any more things to do. We don't need any APIs to call anymore. We just need to update the user interface, which will be, I think, the last function we will have in handle submit. So let's now come here and say const picture, because we need that picture now. And let me say it's gonna be get city picture, get city pic, like this. And in this get city pic, yeah, I'm sorry, but at first I needed to see if people really get the weather data and how we will get them, how they will be shaped. So I'm sorry, let's test that too, just like to make sure we have finished everything. Sorry guys for that, I was playing. So London and 18 submit. Yes, we have all of them here, and this is nice because now we have a promise. Okay, this means that something did not await for the data. So I think here we should await for this data to finish first before we start showing the weather. And let's make sure this is asynchronous too, and this is awaiting, so the only await is needed is here. So let's see that again. London, sorry, that, and 17. Okay, now we have the name, the latitude, the longitude, and undefined. I don't know why, but I'm sure I didn't do anything wrong because I'm working is here and there is no weather. You can tell why. So let's see, is there anything bad here? No. Anything on the server? No. So maybe my application is trying to tease me out. Let's do that again. Well, it's still undefined. Let's see why that. Aha, yeah, I got it, guys, because I didn't return it. I'm sorry for that. Here I returned the remaining days, here I returned the data, but here I didn't return anything. So this time I should actually return. So before I close a function here, I should return the data. And you will tell me what? The data, all the data? Yes, because it has been curated in the back end, remember? And the only thing that is coming up till now will be the weather data, this one. So I don't need, I can send the data as it is because it is curated up till now. So let's see now what is happening. London and 16, and yep, I have returned the city location and I have returned the weather temperature and weather description. Okay, now we will work on our next thing here, which is the picture. So let's omit that, or maybe we will leave it, because I like to have all the data shown, just like we did with the city location. We got also the console log for the city. So let's do that again, and this time we will create the city picture. But what do you think we need for the city picture? Well, I expect you made a good answer. We need the name of the city. So that's what we will give it here. Just the name. So let me get that and make a new function, which is not get weather this time. It's called get city picture, but let me put it in a const like that, and the const get city picture will equal this thing and this parameter, which will add the name to my data, which we will do the same thing again. It's an axios.post request. So we will post this request here, and this time we will not gonna talk to getWeather/getWeather. We will deal with a new path. So let me see, how can we name this path? Well, you can say it's getPic. Anyway, it will not be shown to anyone. It's just a post request to get the data from. And the other thing here will be the name. And here we will put the const because we forgot the const. So const data, we will await for that. And the Axios post, we have this and we have that, and I guess I didn't close my Axios post. Where is the problem? That's strange. Yeah, here's the wrong one. So I guess up to now I have just to put asynchronous here. Yes, now the function will work fine. And let's do the same thing again. Let's get the pic. So I will do the same thing. I will go to the server, create this, and start dealing with the city picture. Here is the server. We will make a new one with the same way, and here we will get back to get that. We will say this time it is get picture, but the request.body will not be longitude and latitude, and it will be just the name. So let me console log this and comment this and comment this too. Let's make sure everything is working fine. Now things are getting escalated. The first time we were working with one API, this time we were working with the second one, and this time we are going to run a third API through the same request we make here. And the name, here is the name. So everything is working fine. And remember, this name is the one that is confirmed by the API. So I guess this is the right one. Let me now deal with get city, and in the get picture I need just a picture. So I will await for get picture or get city picture. This is more expressive but also more long, and we will remove all of that and we will get name here. And you don't need that right now, but let's see what will happen now. We need the same thing. We need to make a function called getCityPic. So we will make a server, we will make it here, getCityPic.js, and we will come here and make this the function. We will make const getCityPic equal, it will take one parameter called name, and it will return here I am working. But this time we will have to go to the get wizard and remove the I am working from here, or maybe we can say I'm working 1 and this one is I'm working 2, whatever. So it's the get city big. Here we have to export it, so module.export get city big. And now we will come here and the same thing again. So the same thing, it will be joined to its sisters. So I guess everything is working fine by now. And let's see if this will work the way we want. It is not an asynchronous function, but let's see if this will get me my console log. I'm working too. Not here, of course. Here, yes, I'm working too. It's working fine. So now we are ready to deal with the city picture. So the same thing we did, we need to do it now with Pixabay API. So the Pixabay API, I think you can imagine it. Let's come here, close all of this, and this time we will ask for Pixabay API. So this is Pixabay API, and I think I have my my credentials here. So you will make your account. So here it is. I have my API, everything. Here I can just like upload, but I don't need to upload. I need the document. So I don't remember where I got this. Let me go again to my profile. Well, I'll come back and say Pixabay API documentation. This will get me the documentation. This is all what I need, but now I'm registered. So the same thing, I have a key here. Here's my key, and here are the parameters that I should put. And I think we will need just like something for the width and the height, and one of 3 ways to get the image. So for example, I need in the parameters, these are the parameters of course, and as I said, you will give it a key and you will give it I think a name or query. I don't remember. Let me see that here. Yeah, it's a query. Yes, you will give it a query, and the image type, of course, photo, because you don't want to get a whatever else things for the Illustrator or Photoshop or whatever, just a photo. So we will use, let me see, the query. We will use this one, and the key, of course, and the image type. These are all the results, because you don't need this and you don't need the vector. Yes, so the default is all. No, we will change the default. And here is a valid one, a working one, as you see. This is the object that will come to you. So the object has inside it an array called heads. We will get the array called heads, and then we will get the first result, and exactly we will extract one of 2 things, either this one or the large, but I think the large one is more appropriate one, because it's 1280 pixels. This is one that we need. Maybe you can get the full HD URL, maybe you can get the image URL, but however you will not get except one of these. Web format, I think the web format is the best one. This one, yeah, here it is. Web format URL, it's 640 and 360. I think this one will be enough for anything whatever we are doing. Web format URL. If you want the large image URL, it's okay. If you want to get the 3 and make each one of them responsive with your design, for example, one of them for the 4K screens, one of them for the 2K screens, one of them for the mobile, it's better, because just like when the client is on his mobile, you will not send him a big one to download. You will need to send him a quick one with a little size, so you will need at this stage the image URL, I guess, but you will get him bigger and bigger as long as you trying to make it on wider pages. Here, because this is just a trial on Udacity, so we don't need to do that because this is not our true client. If you want to do that on the way of practicing, it's okay. So let me now get you here the Axios URL we will use to make our get city big here, and let's write that here. And of course, as we will do that, we will need to require Axios as every time. So every time we're working with this, we require the Axios. And now we have the URL here. Of course, it is awaiting, but it is not asynchronous. I will turn it into asynchronous, and it will work fine. And now we have the data. We are giving it a key and a city. But here, as you see, I am mistaken because I should have also put a key, because we will put it here. So, and this I will change it to name. It's okay. And let's now get the key. So I have the key here. Let's put it here with its brothers. Let's get that one. Go to the server and the place for keys. Here, put it. Sorry, let's put it again. That, and here. So const pixabay key will equal process.env dot pixabay key. This is the way to get the pixabay key. And now let's get this pixabay key and give it to the function here. This is an argument, but this here is just a parameter or a placeholder. So we have a key, we have a name, and we have an image type. Now let's see what is the data that will come back from searching for our default query, London. Let's search for London, 17, and here it is. We have a picture 250 and 250. Of course, this is not the one we need. We need the web format URL, which is 640, and you can also get the best one, which is, I think, the large image URL with 1280. But this one up to now will be enough for us. So I'll get it like this. And let's see how we can just like get our data with a more accurate way. So if I set data dot heads, you'll ask me now why heads. As you see, he's sending a lot of pictures. We just need the first one. The total hits is 500. Can you imagine that? So from the heads, it's an array. So I'll get the 0, which is the first object in the array. And of course, in the first object in the array, I'll get the web format URL. Now let's see now what it will send to us. Yeah, it sent to us an image source. This is all what we need. And now we have to send that here. But if you heard everything written in the rubric and everything written in the instructions from Udacity, you will find that some cities, they will not have an image on Pixabay. So you will need to deal in this situation. So actually, not in every time you will look for a picture, you will find something. So you need to deal with that, and the only way you can deal with it is what I'm going to tell you now. So let me now just get this from here and put it there for a little time. and of course let's put that aside too, and we will get this. And let me show you now what will this will do. So I will say const image will await data.heads as we did here 0, but this sign means you are making an if condition. If this was true, the first result will be applied. If this is not true, the second result here, which is manual, will be applied. And let me show you what is the meaning of that more. Now you will call the API, you will get a result, which is data.heads 0. From this data.heads 0, you will ask for the picture. What if there is no picture? This is what it's saying here. If there is no picture, if there is no data.heads 0, which means there is empty object, now you will await. If it's true, you will put that. But if it's not true, which is a web format URL, if it's not true, you will ask Unsplash for a random image 640 height in 480 width, and the type of this image should be city, and it should be in the morning and or the night, because you are giving it anything in this era. And segmentation 1 means just give me the first one. Okay, this will give you an image in the web format URL too. So it could be it can be valid as a source. Okay, and now let's CLG console log the image. But remember, this is coming from Unsplash. Unsplash is another picture generator and another picture source, and not all of us know Unsplash, but if you come here and you said Unsplash, you will find it very popular on the internet. And the Unsplash has a very good service that it enables you to get everything from it without even an API. You can get any picture here without an API. Just write the name and put random and put the image size and the words related to what you are searching for and segmentation 1, and he will give you a picture. So this is a very good solution. You know, I found it also on the internet because I had to search for an alternative. This is what they said in the Udacity. You should search for just like an alternative to find a solution for that. So this is the way we have dealt with alternative solution in one line. This is good, I guess. We don't need anything else. We now need to console log the image. So suppose that I wrote something very popular, like maybe Riyadh, the place where I'm in right now. You will get an image, you know. Here it is, because Riyadh is known. But what if you put a country that has no image on Pixabay? Because I cannot think that there will be an image called RR. You know, that's RR is actually a place known on the Geonames locations. It's of course known, and they know it's in Saudi Arabia, and there is a weather description for it because it has a longitude and latitude. But for the picture, let's see if there is a picture coming for that. Oh, good. There is a picture with this name. Maybe because it's similar to other names that can become. But let's put something like something that only the first and second API will recognize, Al-Jubaili, and I will write that in the wrong way. Aha, so we get a service error because none of them could understand what I'm written. Okay, Al-Jubail, what about that? Alright, still, of course we didn't handle the error yet, but we will do that. So we will write the same thing, but this time we will not put the AL. I think this time it will be known for post the APIs. But let me see here, yeah, because I think the server crashed, so I should refresh the server. And yeah, I have a city called Jubail, and it has a weather description, and wow, it also has a photo. However, guys, if you search for a photo that has no picture, it will be hard to get a picture from Pixabay. You will need a picture from another place. Okay, so this is the only way you can get, because look, I even searched for E, and Geonames have something for E, and actually this is the behavior of the default API. This is not an error or something. Okay, however, you keep doing it. Don't worry, I have tested that before. So you will get a valid picture in both terms, and it will be a picture for nature or city, so you don't have to be afraid, because it will resemble a city search. Now all I have to do is to return the image, but I like to return the image inside an object, so I'll make it an object by this way. Now we are returning the image. It will not console log the image anymore, unless if we're still in the testing stage. Let me also put the MAM, because I think the MAM is really popular city, but maybe it will not have a picture on Pixabay. Oh, come on, guys. You see, everything has a picture. I don't know why. Let's see, what is this picture? Alright, it's hard to see the picture, but you can come here and ask for the picture. Well, it's nothing near the word dammam, but however, it is at least searching. We will not make sure if there is any errors up till now unless we start to present it here. So I will delay that to see exactly if there is an error or not. So don't worry, we will get back to it. Right now we will just return this image, and we will get this image and we will try to put it here. So at first I should go to the server, and now I will send the picture. And I will make sure that everything in get city picture is awaiting for the other. Yeah, I guess so. So, like that. Yeah, I guess I didn't. Yeah, sorry guys, because I didn't really get the image. Or I did. No, I did. Sorry. Okay. I don't need it anymore. So now we will go to the handle submit, and in the get city picture, all I have to do is to return the data. And the data, as I told you, will be, so let's put it here to see, the data will be an object with image. Let's see that, let's make sure. So I will have here 3 results, supposed to be London, 1, 2, 3. Yes, so I have all of them. I can even see the picture here. Page not found. That's strange. Because actually I think there's something here that, well, don't worry, this will be curated, because I'm sure that it is not it is not hard to get a picture to be shown. Yes, don't worry. This is a picture, I'm sure, from that, because I tested that before. Let me just see, did we get the web format URL? yeah, we got the web format URL, so nothing to worry about. Once we try to update the user interface, you will find this working fine. But up to now, we only have the source of the picture, and this is a picture, so no worries. Just once we put it in the source in the HTML, it will appear here. So I guess we have reached the last process of dealing with the APIs. And the last thing we have to deal with here is actually to update the user interface with all the information that we have, and then deal with the errors. I guess these are the last steps, but we will need something else, which is a jest, dealing with the jest errors and things like this. So now I guess it's time to update the user interface, because we have all the information we need. We have the date, we have the remaining days, we have the weather, we have the picture, and we have the location. So now we will do the user interface function, but I'm really sorry because I calculated the time taken by the other videos, so I think I'm doing the 8th hour up till now, and this is really too much to be watched. So I'm really sorry. I'm gonna try to sometimes from now and then copy and paste and then explain, because you know the time, we don't have that much time, and the weekend is about to finish, so I will have to just like make sure that I do all the videos before the weekend finish. So excuse my hurry. Now we will, as we said before, we're gonna update the user interface, and I don't have to make a const for that, because updating the user interface is just like a function. It's not a constant or something to return. No, it's just a function. But I will give it some things. The first thing I will give is actually the all days, because I need to give it I need to give the client or show him on the DOM how many days left before he do his trip. And the other thing, I'm gonna give him the name, because the name of the city is important, and I'm also gonna give him the picture. So, and the last thing is actually the weather. So the weather is going to be like this, and remember that we took the weather data, just like putting in it everything, weather description, temperature, and for forecast, maximum temperature and minimum temperature. So now we have this here. Let's now put the function here and explain what will happen, because it's just like, yeah, it is a big function or a little bit long, but it's all about manipulating the DOM. So let's see. This is the function, and here are the parameters. Okay, and up there was the arguments that these placeholders are representing. So now we have query selected the our days ID, and let's see in the index.html what is the our days ID. This is it. So inside this h2, I want to put something here, something like there are 2 days remaining on your flight, something like this. So I will enter HTML that on the JavaScript. So I'm choosing the query selector our days, and in the inner HTML of this h2, I will put this line. Your trip starts in remaining days from now. Then I will update the city name, and I'll make the city name, which is here. It's a paragraph. I will make it location city. So inside here, I will put the city as a location. Of course, the city is a city placeholder, which is a representative for the name. The name, you'll find it here. Okay. So, and after that, I will put the weather in the document.query selector with the class weather. So let's see. Yes, I have something here with the class weather. Actually, only that one had an ID, but all of the others will have a class. So in the class city name, you can imagine I put just like, or in the weather class, here comes an interesting part. Remember when we did that before? When we put this question mark after our days or 7. So this is just like questioning the JavaScript. Or you can say also this is an if condition but written with another way. If the hour days are more than 7, if this is true, then weather is and weather dot description. But if the hour days are less, sorry, let me see again. I guess this is a little bit wrong, you know, because if the remaining days are more than 7, this should happen, not this one, right? Because, you know, let me think about it. I'm gonna stop to think about it. Yeah, I guess I have a mistake here because I put remaining days bigger than. So let me see. So if the hour days is actually bigger than 7, this one should happen. So this one should be like this. Okay. If the hour days is less than 7, then please tell me that weather is right now cloudy, because it is right now cloudy. So weather is cloudy. Okay, it's not a forecast. But if it is not like this, so I'm gonna write the weather in this way. So let me also put some comments here, because the comments will make the things more expressive. Update the city name, and I'm gonna take that here. I'm gonna put it here. Update the weather. So if it's less than 7, just give them the weather. If it's not, weather is expected to be weather dot description. And I think you understand what is the meaning of that. And here it's about the temperature, and as I told you, it can be forecasted or it can be the real temperature. So if it's bigger than 7, here it is, right? The forecast will be like that. So update the temperature. So updating the temperature, if the temperature was of the remaining days bigger than or greater than 7, then the forecast is weather temperature ampersand dig. See, this is actually ampersand dig means, you know, that circle above the temperature. That's it. So this is what will happen. And if it is greater than 7, if it's less than 7, it will be temperature directly. And now let's put just like, sorry, okay, so let's put now the maximum and the minimum temperature. And to do that, if it's bigger than 7, I'm gonna say maximum temperature will be this, in case it's a forecasted temperature, because the days are more than 7. But if it's not, don't put anything. Actually, this will not appear even. So, and the same thing for the minimum temperature. If there is a minimum temperature, then put it. You know, because if there are days are more than 7, there will be a minimum temperature. But if there isn't, or if these are less than 7, there will not be a minimum temperature. So please, in the inner HTML, don't put anything. Make it empty. And here the last thing, which is updating the picture, you know. So updating the city or cities picture. Document.query selector .city picture, which is here also. It's div. So inside this div, I'm gonna put the image, and I'm making it like this to make me free while if I wanted to style the things or something, this will make me free to do that. So let's go back, and here, as you see, it is the city picture, and the inner HTML, I will put an image, and inside this image there is a source. The source will just get the picture and everything else is curated. As you know, the picture from here is actually the same picture here. So all of that will be dealt, and the alt, because you have to say an alternative text in case the picture did not load or something, for an it's just like a connection error, an image that describes the city nature. So, or an image that describes the city, the city nature, just like a representative for a garden if the city has a lot of fields and gardens and things like this. So this is the image. So now we updated the user interface, and in the document, the query selector flight data, I will display it block, and you will tell me what is this line about. Actually, this line is about that I will not show the user interface. I will not show this part, the whole part. I will not show it if I didn't yet make any parts. So for example, now it's here. It is shown, as you see. Look, it is here, but I don't want that. So I will have to not show it at first, and then when I come to make the user interface has a lot of information like this, I will start to display it. So by now, this is missing because now I'm making it a block, but actually I suppose I'm not making it a block. I'm supposed to make it hidden. So I will change it. I will make it hidden, but I'm waiting to see where did I put that in the first place, because I want to make the same things run in the same way. Now I can hide it, just like I can come here and inline style it and make it display none, or I can come here and just like on content load, once the content is loaded on the JavaScript, just make it display none, or I even can make a style sheet, and in this style sheet I can make the display none. So in the next step, we're gonna see what we will do, and we will focus more on handling the errors. But let's now also test the function before we get out of this step. So let me put London, let me put here 18, and let me submit and see what will happen. Well, we have everything, just like except the picture. Your trip starts in 7 days from now. Location London, temperature is 24.4 Celsius, and the circle is here. Weather is expected to be broken clouds, but the image, I don't know why the image did not get anything. But I see here there is something like a promise or something. So so it's in the city picture. It is starting to deal as a promise. So maybe I forgot to put an await or something. I'll stop the video and I will just like come back to hint for where is the error. Alright, so I came to test what is the problem. So I figured out that the problem is here because we in the console log we saw an error about promise or something. So just like I'm trying to return data that hasn't been yet coming from the asynchronous function. So the promise was not fulfilled yet. So here I will just put await, and now I am awaiting for the data to come. And the other step was just like when I tried to console log picture, I found out that I only have just like it's not a source or something, it's actually an image. So it's an image object. So it's an object, with a property image. So I need first, before I do anything, I need to say here picture.image. Okay, or maybe I have something else I can do like that and say image. This is a little bit crazy a little, but you can do that and it will get or grab the image property value from inside that thing. Okay, so let's see what will happen here. London and yep, we have everything shown here. Here it is. Here is the picture of London. Okay, So let's now just like this is the image, so nothing else should be done here except the handle error. So as I told you, in the next step we will go to handle the error. So welcome everyone, I hope you are fine. So now let's, as we said before, let's handle the errors that are possible in our application. And of course you know that part of making any application or any program, you have to expect what are the errors that you should actually cover, as the client should not just like make errors and you just leave it crash the server, or even not be handled in the front end. We have two types of error here. We have the front end errors and we have errors that come from the server. The server ones are more critical because they may make a server crash, and if the server crashed for any reason, the website will be not accessible unless the user just like refresh the page. But even there it will not work because it crashed on the main source. So even just like refreshing the server will not handle it. If the server crashed, everything will stop. So it is the most critical ones, but it is the right pattern to deal the errors on both sides. For example, if someone just like did not put anything in the form, you should handle that on the front end and make an error handler that deal with the empty form. But what if the user used something like Postman or any other application that can send requests to a host without having a front end or a real form? You can do that actually through Postman or other services. In this case, the user will just like call the server, and the server has to respond in this way. So someone may crash your server because you didn't handle such errors. And this way, you need to handle the errors on both sides, on the front end and in the back end. So let's now start with the first step in error handling, and let's try to handle the errors coming from the form. But let me first, in a quick second, make the names of everything here. So this should be the dev, this should be the server, I guess. Here as the dev, here as the build, maybe here are the npm packages, and another one for the get. So let's make now a function called validate inputs, because right now, maybe let's first run the build, just like npm run build, and also run the server npm start, and we run here the dev. Build is fine, the server is fine, and the dev is going to open now, inshallah. So here is the build, as you see, and we have the same one. So let's remove this one because it has nothing to do here. Yeah, like this. Alright, so now, as you know, we have the form here. What if someone just like didn't enter anything here? So in this case, let's put the console here. and refresh the page. So if the person did not put a city and a date and submit it, so because my application, actually because my API has a feature, if you went to Geonames here and you started to inside the API search for empty, it will give you a city still. And this is a good thing because this is giving us the ability, or it gives the server the ability not to crash if the city was empty. But still, this is not the traditional thing that we want to do. The traditional thing is that we have to prevent the user from leaving this empty. And to do that, we have two solutions. To cure that, on the front end, you just can put here required, just like where it is, yeah, here in the input field, you can just put required. And by this way, if I came here and I try to submit, let me refresh and submit now, please fill out this field. This is one way, but as I told you, there is a walkthrough or a run around the things here. Just like I can come here and I can just like select this and say here, where is this element? Yes, I can just like remove this required thing and still I can submit and I will get the results. So this is not the right way to deal with the matter. Required is not the right thing. So what else I can do? Maybe you can do it, of course, but what else I can do to prevent him inside JavaScript to do that? So let's see another way. Okay, so I will say here, I'll put something called error, I guess. So let's see, because I want to make it the same way I made it on the other application. So yes, let me say here it's a city error, but the classes and all of these things are actually included only in the Bootstrap version of my application, because I have another one done with Bootstrap and styling and everything. But you can just like, you can't submit this one because this one is private, as this one will be submitted once you try to make the same styling. So it's better to stick to this styling. Okay, so I have here I'm trying to make prettier work, but I don't know. Okay, so it is working. However, so this is the city error, okay, with this ID. And let me now go and take this and of course we will put something here, but this thing I think should be in the red color, so I'm gonna make the style. I'm gonna say that color should be red. So let's now make a function inside the handle submit that can actually deal with such user errors. Let me call this function, let me call it validate inputs. So if I come here and after everything else I start to validate the form inputs. So the first one is, so it is called like this, but I will make it a constant. It's called validate inputs. Alright, so here it is, and I guess now I should deal with this error. So let's write the first error. I'm gonna say, so let me first make the city error here call it through the DOM. So I remember it was called city errors. So I'll get the city error from here and I will make it callable on the DOM. So I think I can say it's city error 2 document the query selector. So just give me city error. Yeah, like this. Okay, so I'm gonna take the city error from here and I'm gonna here say something like, so f city error dot value so if there is a value, you do something. What's that thing? You're gonna make the city error the display equals none, because I don't want the city error to be there if I'm just like I'm still in the beginning of making my application. So I want you to hide the city error. Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I meant that if there is, because we don't need to handle anything if it's a positive result. If there is a value, we don't need to handle anything. But if there is no error, I'm sorry, if it's not city error, I'm sorry, I meant to get the city, not the city error. The city error, yes, we will use it, but before that, we need to get the city itself. So we're gonna say here, city will equal, or city input, because it's more expressive as we said before, document dot query selector and we can get here where it is, yeah, name city, ID city. Okay, so we're gonna call it with the ID, and the ID is city. So I have here a city input. Yeah, I called that before. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so now we have a city input. So what if the user did not put any value in the city input? In this case, we should make a city error and the style display will not be none. Actually, it will be block. This is the first thing. But before that, before we make a block, we should write in it as once it downloads or once it appears, it will be written already. So we're gonna say that city error, yes, dot let me say city error dot inner HTML. So I'm gonna write in the inner HTML and I'm gonna write here something like, I'll put this, you need to enter a name of a city. So let's, of course it is not done right now, but let's just like see if this is working. I didn't use this yet, so I will put it in the handle submit, but where will I put it? And I will put also, yeah, I'll put it here, just like after the event. So I'm gonna validate the inputs before making anything else in my application. So if the inputs are not validated, then I will not continue my application. But if the inputs are valid, then I will go through the whole process of calling the APIs and connecting the server and everything. So if not validate inputs, return. This means that if validate inputs is false, then return. Return means get out of the handle submit function. Do not continue. So let's here also do that in another way. If city input.value, this means that you should not continue. So let's see how. We can just say here return like that. So if we return it like this, I think the application will not continue. So let's see now if this will happen. Let me go here and write no city and see what will happen. Well, we still have something here. Let's see if this is already working or not, because maybe it is not working. So it is not working. We didn't actually succeed in getting to it. So let me here write validate inputs, okay, like that, and see what will happen. Okay, so it is working here. You need to enter a name of a city. So now it is working. I will get back to what I said before and I will add here this. And now let's go and see what will happen. Okay, so you need to enter a city and things stop. You see, this is very good. But we will also add something else. What if there was a city? What should happen? So I think I should return, in this case, I should return true, like that, because if I return it true, this means that there is validate inputs and it is true. But if it's not returning anything, it means it returns false. And so this is what I want to reach here. If not validate inputs, return. But if validate inputs, then he will continue. He will just like skip that. So let's get back here and start doing that again. And this time, if I didn't put, he will not return anything. But if I put London and submit, yeah, he will continue. He will not take that into consideration. So thanks to God, we have reached the first thing in our application. But there is here another thing. What if we didn't put a date? If we didn't put a date, this means we will not get the remaining days. And this is wrong. And we will also not get a real temperature because we don't know if we are using the forecast or not. So this will make little problems. Maybe the server did not crash, but still we didn't get the right results. So you want to deal with that too. So I'm gonna just like do that, but this time I will make it called date input. And I think I have summoned the date input before, so I don't need to summon it again. But this time we will change we will change here the word city. So I want the word city to be date. Okay, and I will make a date error. This way I will be able to do the same thing, but this time I will change the error. I will make it please enter a valid date. And let me get this date error here. So a date error will equal document dot query selector, and I should put the same thing, but this time it is a date error. Okay, so but where is this date error? We didn't create it yet, so we need to get that, the city error, and put it here the same way we have done this, the other one. Okay, so now let's go again and try the same process. So we have here a date error. We are making the same thing here, and we are returning in case of false. We are returning true in case this condition was not met. So if I submit, I need a city. Well, let's put a city here and submit again. Well, error, cannot set properties of null. Okay, wait a minute. Yes, this means, okay, let's put that. Wait, yes, I'm gonna put London just to make sure of something. Well, cannot set properties of none. Yes, so it is none right now. It's not read the correct way. Yes, because that's because I did. Okay. Date error inner HTML. Date error style display is block. So what is the problem here? Yeah, I didn't change this to date error. Okay, sorry for that. Let's see now. So I will put London. I will submit, and now please enter a valid date. So now both of them are working here. Well, good progress. Now still we didn't finish. There is another thing. What if we put London here, and of course we need to remove this in case I started to put a city. This should be removed. So I will also tell you how to do that, but first we need to do one more thing about the date. What if I put a date here in the past? Will that be a problem or not? So let's see. And here we will put London. Now it is still working. And I don't know why it is working like this, but at least it is working. We will handle that. But here we need to handle this case. This should not be read. This should not be valid. We cannot get the user to put a past date and get away with that. So what we will do, let me shortcut this because we already knew the way. Here we will say if get our days, and this is our function. Remember the functions that get the remaining days. Where it is, where it is, where it is. Here it is. Yes, so return our days. So if get our days, and I will let the function work, and I will give it the date and put the user enter, because if he did not enter here, I will return. So it's okay. Now he is obliged to enter a date. So once he enter a date, I will start making this condition. If it's less than 0, then the date error, that inner HTML, but let me just remove this because we don't have bootstrap icons right now working. Date cannot be in the past. So it's the same thing. And I will start to display the date error. So let's see this function, but at first let me see what I did wrong to make this look red too. I think I did not here. Yeah, I didn't do like that. Let's see. So let's refresh, submit. You need to enter a city name. Well, here's the city name. Please enter a valid date. Well, I'll put the date in the past. Date cannot be in the past. So now we are curing all the 3 possible bad things that can happen through our actually front end. But at first, everything should be none, because in every time I will run this function, I should start over, because I don't know what did the man did here, because maybe I set this and it is appearing, because maybe he changed his answer and he put London. So I should not keep leaving this here. I should remove it and then leave only the recent error. So to do that, it is very simple. I will actually get this and I will put him here, and I want, just like once I start checking for validate inputs, everything should be none. Everything should be none. Display should be none, because I am starting over. I don't want anything to appear, and then start making the conditions. If you find anything, please tell me. It's like this, you know. So here he will start working. Validating is working. Well, so by this way, as we said, we have a city error, display none, date error, display none. But what if you found an error after you made everything start over? What if you found an error and the user cured his error? If he cured his error, I think this will be enough, but maybe we will need to actually use them again at the end of the file. Let's see. Let's start to do that again and see if it's right or wrong. So let me go here and start putting nothing. So I need to enter a city. Here is the city. Submit. Well, as you see, the first error disappeared. So now the second error. So if I set that, no. If I set that, yep. So everything is working fine right now. You see, this is very simple. It's a very short function, but it deals all the errors of the form. Well, let me try again. What if after setting London here and I left this empty, what if I filled that but I made this like this? So, well, it still gets back and tell me please put a city. So the function is working, everything is fine, and you don't need anything else here. Everything is working fine right now. Okay? Alright. So we have curated all the form validation inputs, and this is the validate inputs working fine. Now let's move on to deal with other kinds of errors coming from the API through the front end, not through the back end at first. Alright, my friends, so actually now we handle the form, and we are going now to go further to handling the first API errors. Now actually I should by now be able to send the cities to the location, and there is no way I can stop that API, because I have to send the city name to the API, and the API define or set or determine whether this is a valid city, this is a real city or not. And not to do that and stay on the front end and test that, it's hard, because you will need to get a JS file in which you will write all the city names in the world, and you will run through it and validate if this city is there, then make an error. So the front end error here will be actually sticking to what's coming from the back end. So it will happen after the location calls the backend. But what if the location was not found? Actually, the API has an answer for that. If there is an error, it will give you a message dealing with this error. And the way now is that after we go and talk to the location, we will not get that unless we have a real city with a name. So before that, what if there was not a location, or maybe a location error? This is what we want to deal with, but right now we should first write that in the get city location before that's on the server, if you remember, before we reach that. So what if here we come and say, if there is, because you know the city name comes from data.geonames 0. What the 0 means that there is a city in the array. What if that there isn't a city in the array? Then in this case the geonames 0 will be empty. So what if there is no length for that? If no data.geonames.length, this means it's 0, and the 0 in programming means false, at least in JavaScript as I remember. In this case we need here to make a const, but this const will be different a little bit, and we will say in this const that it is an error message. So the message will say no city with that name, please make sure of your spelling. So by this way we tell the user to use another name or check his spelling, and the error here is true. This means that if there is an error and the error is true, and the whole thing will not go to the front end with this name, it will go as a location, remember, because whatever you are returning here, it will be returned as an object. So this is the object that will return, because once I do like that, I will say return whatever this object is. This is just a name for the object. I can just take these and put them here and I will get the same result. So the message says no city with that name, please make sure of your spelling. Or I can say error, and just also say that the error is true. This is a little way to give me the option of dealing with the boolean of the message, because this is a good way to know that if there is an error or not. Actually there is also a message that comes from here I can present, but this one I found more expressive because the other one says no city with that name, but this one is better because it says please make sure of your spelling. This is a good way to tell the user that please, if you are not making it the correct way, please try to make it the correct way. So here I will come and I will say if location, because in all cases now there will be a location coming. It's not a real location, but I mean this const will return something, of course, because here I am returning something. So it will be returned through my server. Where is my server? Here it is. There will be something here returned. It's called location, you know, which is here also called location. That's why I'm calling it location. So if location dot error, okay, so if location dot error, in this case I want you to deal with that, and let's remember where we will put the error. Remember when we said there is something called city error. Now the city error and our HTML will equal, let me write something like the error message. So this is, you can find in local location dot message. I guess I named it like that here. Yes, it's called message. And let me remember, or put it here. Well, yes, so show the location dot message, and of course I have to make it display will equal style first, yeah, style, dot display will equal block. Okay, so in this case I will set it to block. But what if we, as I told you before, what if we run through this, and this time this will just like it will be here, even the validate inputs will not remove it. So I need, if we passed this, to make sure it is not there, you know, because we will not reach this state unless this vanish and this also vanish. If this vanished, I will test the API request, and the result will be, if there is an error, make it a block and write the message. If there is no error, then please make sure to hide that again, because it is now. So if I did like this, and then I come to set London, it will disappear, and then I come to put something in the future, this also will disappear, and everything will work fine. But what if I entered this and started to see what is the result? Now we have an Axios error, and I tell you why this error. I think because we didn't return, right? Yeah, we should return here. I think so. Still, maybe there is more errors coming, so let's see. Should put the date, and then okay, so now it is working fine. No city with that name. Please make sure of your spelling, and let's see that with a valid city but not a valid date. So now we have a date thing, and now we will change that like this, and I should return another thing here. No city with that name. What if I search it for London? Well, London will come. What if after I search for London I do that? No city with that name. Please make sure of your spelling. Well, so my first error handler is working fine. Alright, so now, although we have made a validate inputs, you know, and we can understand, or we can know, if the date is less than 0, the application will make an error. But what if the same thing, what if the client made a postman request and entered from postman or something like this past date? We are still, or our servers then will be still vulnerable. And I wanted to cure that on the front end, but I found that this also is actually connected with the server. So the same thing we did in the get city location, we will now try to do with the get weather, because here in the get weather you will find that I am making, if remaining days greater than 0 and less than 7, do that. If they are greater than 7, do that. But what if remaining days is actually coming with a negative number? Like, let's say the client succeeded in making a negative remaining days. In this case, we need the same thing we did with the error message, but this time the error message will be something different, which is date cannot be in the past. By this way, we are preventing the user from making such a mistake again. So this time we will make that. So there is an error message that will come, just like you see here, and the same thing should be put here. So if we said that all days so if our days, let me think about it again. So yes, I think it's going to come with the weather, you know. So if, or maybe I think we should, before even going to, actually in both cases we should do that. So if, I mean before the Weather API and after it, because this will secure me that I will not even call the API, and this one will enable me to actually start to let's say deal with if I call the API and I realized that the remaining days are more than less than 0. So if there is weather dot error, the same thing we did with the city error, you know, here location error. So if there is weather error, do the following, and the following will be, we will make a date error. So let's see what was the date error we put here. So I can get that from, yep, from here. Yes, let's say these are they, and I will come here and yes, if there is weather dot error, please put a date error with but not enter a valid date. It was something like what, yeah, its date cannot be in the past. In such a case, so date cannot be in the past, and return, this meaning that you will get out of the application. So as we said, this is curing the way that a man can reach the server through an external service that can make requests to the HTTP. And here also you will make the same thing, but we will put if our days are less than 0, please put the same thing. Now why I'm putting it here, as I told you guys, it's for the same reason. So if he put it without even using the front end, and he tried to make this, but I think this will not do anything, right? Yes. Okay, so this will not do anything. Yes, because he will have to now call the Weather API directly, put in all the data, so it will be the error handler here. So I have put here a date error dot start dot display none, because actually if he found a weather error and then we changed our form date and we put an available one, then the error should be removed. The same thing we did with the validate URL. But all I'm saying here is the validate inputs is only working in the front end through our user interface. But this one is for the way someone may order without the user interface, and we can't test that right now because right now I don't have the postman actually, I guess. So this will not be able to show up, but it's okay, it will work the same way the user interface work. So now we have secured this thing too, here also and here, but still there is one thing left, that yes, the man may also put no date. So what will happen in this case? There will be no R days actually, because he didn't enter a date. So in this case I will say if not R days, because in this case the user didn't enter a date through postman. If not R days, the same thing will happen. and we will say, but I think that we have another thing here, another message, just like what, let me see. It is the same, just like here it was, yeah, please enter a valid date. So I'll come here, I'll put it, please enter a valid date. And let's get back here and say, let's go to handle submit. And we will come here and say, yeah, I got a mistake, guys. So I should have put here the error message. By this way, whatever the message is, it will be returned. So I'm sorry, this is really nice, because by this way we are dealing with whatever the error is coming from the back end, it will show up here. This is very nice, because by this way, in post ways, I'm returning the error message, and whatever the message is, it will appear. So now, even if he didn't put anything, the weather message will only change, but we don't need to put any other code. I'm sorry for that, but thanks to God, this is the way it is. For the last step, which is getting the image, you don't need to do anything about that, because there will always be an image, as we said before, because I will always make sure that we have two, or we have another alternative if there was no image for the country, as I told you, and he will not reach this step unless everything is right. So there is no need to worry about that. Now let's see if there is something on the server that we need to put or to expect an error about. So guess what? Actually, I revised my previous made project, and I found out that there are no more errors to deal with. We have already done everything here. No city with that name. Please make sure of your spelling. Maybe we didn't deal with when the input is empty, because you know that if he tried to do so, he will be teased, because the server will not crash or something, because he will get a country. So this is different from handling Weatherbit, because in Weatherbit, if there were no R days, if there is no date input, things will crash. But here, things will not crash, because still the API expects that not an empty city getting him to call for a city. So there is nothing else in the error validation we need to add. Now we will move to the next step, and the next step is actually the jest. So we should put just testing, and this is the way that testing the application will be fine, because we need to do that as a way to make sure that everything is working fine. But actually this is not the real purpose. The real purpose is because the project demands jest. But if you're gonna work with jest, you will do a lot more than we will do here. This is the normal, because jest is a big framework for testing, and it's usually the work of the front end, and he must be able to study it first to work on it in a better way, and I mean in a professional way. Yet here we will only touch the surface of it and do 2 or 3 functions just to touch or deal with very superficial mistakes or errors that may happen in our application, but not more than that, because this is not required by the project, and because it's not the role we should do in this project. Hello everyone. So this is the last step, I guess, in our project, which is to make the tests and use Jest. Actually, using Jest is a little bit easy, but it maybe if you want to go and expand in your knowledge about the Jest, you will have to study it more carefully and more more thoroughly. So this is not the mission here. Yes, it's a very, very important tool if you're gonna work in a front end project and you're gonna be asked to test the project or test some or make testing scenarios. It's something like this, which is related to unit testing, and which is right now it's more of the work of the software tester, not exactly the programmer. But sometimes you are asked to do some unit testing on your projects or on someone projects or on the company projects. And unit testing, it's just like it's a little bit of a group of information, a big knowledge. It's not that short branch that you can do everything about by yourself in one day. No, you have to take a little time to study it. Just like you need for Jest, you need about 2 weeks to study Jest formally. And maybe we don't have that time because currently I'm not using Jest in my work, so I don't have time to deal with the 2 weeks study thing. But I can make simple scripts and simple tests with Jest, and I can cure some errors that you will meet. So let's do that. The first thing, I will run the server, and also I will run the build, and finally the dev is running. So no, I'm gonna delay the dev to work after production. Yes, because this will enable me to work on the latest version of my website. And the server, nothing changes in the server anyway. So in the npm packages, I will install Jest, and I will also create inside the client a folder with 2 dashes or 2_test, 2_test. But this way we have created a file called test. This is according to the documentary in Jest documentation website. And then I'm gonna make my first file. But before that, let me tell you how you're gonna make the file and how you choose the name. So for example, if I wanna test this one, get our days, for example, where is it? I think it's here. Yeah, if you want to test this function, maybe, or maybe also you want to test something like validate inputs, so you will need to put them in a separate file, not here. And now there is an important question. Why? Well, let me tell you that Jest has some problems when it comes to importing things like this or like that. Things will not work in a good way, So we have dealt with ES6 import, and for Jest, this is not acceptable. This is not acceptable unless you go to this is a module, and this is not a module. This is a normal JavaScript file. So he has a lot of things or a lot of protesting or opposition against Axios and against importing things and synchronization. You will need to do a lot of stuff to make your project able to work with Jest and APIs at the same time. But if we managed to just transfer some of our functions to another file to stand alone, now we will not have any problems with that. So for example, let me see, where is this? Yes, for example, this one, validate inputs. So the validate inputs one, it takes a city input. Okay, so for example, this is a string. If the string is empty, it will return false. but if there is a string it will return yes. But this is a little bit complicated one, so let's just like leave it right now and go to the get our days. This one is dealing with numbers, and this is something that we can deal with. So let me get our days, the whole function actually, and let's take it and comment it here because we may want to get back to it. And we will go to here and I'll make a new file and I'll say it's get our days. I'm just trying to make this function be called and work from another place like that. So now I have to export it like this, but I guess I can do that through the export, the normal export like that. So get our days. Okay, so now we exported the function and we will come here and say import get our days from /get our days. And by this way I think that the function will work fine because it is here and it is coming from this place, the same function and everything. But let's see if that is applicable. Alright, so let's test that. I'm gonna put London again and a date. Let's see what will happen. Alright, so still not everything worked. Yes, that's the internet, guys, it's nothing else. And the last step is needed here. The project is a little bit slow, but I guess that's related to internet connection. Yes, because I was just like working on it and everything was working fine. Now the picture will appear, but as I told you, the internet is terrible. So let's do that again and see this time what will happen. Alright, the same internet problem, but as you see, things here are working fine. So our application, our JavaScript file did not get any errors because of handling the our days from another file. And now all we have to do is to get that out of here. Now we have get our days without importing Axios or dealing with any asynchronous things, because if he came here, he will look at the whole thing. He will not only in the script of the test look at the get our days that you will export to him. No, he will start dealing with the file from top to down. This will be so wrong. So you have to separate your functions in different files to be able to deal with them in a better way. So because I saved, so he will remove the things, but if you did like this, it will work again. It is working, guys, just a little bit slow internet. I'm sure you trust that. So let's come here and in the tests, let's make a new file and let's call this file get our days and try to make the file with the same name you chosen for it. And here you're gonna say const get our days like that equal require, and here I'm trying to avoid working with ES6 ECMAScript way, because I think the gist will have problems with it. So it needs just like to transform it to the old way of requiring things, the normal JavaScript. So dot slash and let's go to scripts and slash again get our days. So now we have imported the file and we are ready to work with it. Now all what we have to do is to write a test. So let's go to just here. Of course this is not because of any errors, it's actually because I saved So every time I save, the div restarts. So I'm gonna say here a date, because I'm just like testing get our days, and you know that we have to calculate and subtract the remaining days from the time of travel, subtract from it the now date. So this is what I will do now. I will say now, and I will say new date, like that. So by this way we have a new date, and I should test now, and in the test I should write that give me the remaining days from now to the date I will set at the parameter. A little bit big description. This is a description, just a description. It's not functionable or something. You put that for yourself. Okay, and here is the function that you will do everything about. So you expect the function here to return something. That is what the meaning of the syntax, and that's why it's very easy actually. Of course we have one parameter. If you remember, we have one parameter, so we can't put two. And in this parameter I will put now, which is exactly a date. And this date to be returned, actually if I put the new date now, it should return 0. So I guess that's all. Now I have to go to the test. Let's first test again if this is working fine. Well, it is working fine, as you see, so nothing bad here, but the internet is just like a turtle. So I'm sorry for that. And here let's come to the npm test and make the test. But by the way, we don't have just installed, but I think we installed it here, right? Yes, we installed just, but you will go to package.json and we will cut this and add just as the testing library and save. Close that and come here and npm test, and let's see what will happen. Alright, excellent. We have a failed test. Let's see why it failed. Okay, unexpected token export. So as you see, there is some problems with exporting things. So I guess I will try to make that work, but I will see what is the problem. Let's read here. Yes, he will give you a lot of things. Alright, so I guess I solved it, a big part of the problem. For example, the Babel loader is important. Yes, we copied all the contents of Webpack, but we only tried to install HTML Webpack plugins, the plugins and the loaders and everything, but I think we forgot to install this one. So at first, as a first step, npm install or npm save dev install save dev Babel loader. This is the first thing. And the second thing is, when you try to import this one, try to export it like this with module. When you try to export it like this, with this way, not with the normal export. Okay, this will help a lot. For the handle submit, it will not have no problems either ways you try to export it. But for get our days test, you will need to export it like this. Here I made the test again, but it failed not because anything bad in the syntax or something. It failed because of that it gave me -0, and I don't know how it can give me -0. But let's try to deal with that and see how the, for example, if I put here -0, I don't know what is a -0, but let's try that again. Alright, so the test passed here, but I'm gonna find a way on the internet just for the video time how to put a date in the future and calculate the remaining days. So give me 1 second. Alright guys, so I made the date like this, as you see. I'll put a comment here. You can add a date with this way, just like you put the year, you know, with 4 numbers, and then the month, and then you just put the days, and by this way you will have a new date. So I put a date here with 22 of August 2023, which is 10 days from now, and I expected it to be 10 days true. So when I say npm test and I came to see what is the answer, well, give me the remaining days from now, and it made the test and it said to me it's true. Now let's make it, for example, not 10, make it 9. Let's see what will happen. Okay, so it failed, and when we come to see why it failed, expected 9, received 10. So yes, our function is working fine, and this is the way we have learned to make a test. So I guess now you can make tests very easy. So this is a test, it didn't take any time, so thank you a lot. I guess this is all about the project. The only thing that you need to do now is the service worker, and this one I'm gonna leave to you because it's just like a copy paste work, and at the same time it will save and make a lot of cache in my browser, and I don't want to cache things on the local host because I use it a lot. So thank you all. I hope you benefited from my work, and I hope you be happy with the work we have done here. Thank you a lot.